I'll get you those pictures. Here's it. Good evening, and I welcome you to the Poulsbo City Council meeting on March 11th, 2026. We're going to start with the land acknowledgement, recognizing our tribal neighbors, the Suquamish tribe, and I call on Councilman Doug Newell to lead us in such.
Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Suquamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuk-Tuk Lots, or the land of the vine maples. Chief Seattle from 1854. Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event and days long vanished.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Doug Newell. Now, those of you who can, if you would join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first item is going to be we review our agenda and then we move on to public comment. City Council, the agenda stands tonight as presented, and unless there is something surrounding the consent agenda, I would entertain a motion to approve such.
Mayor Stern, I move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented. We'll start to my left. Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Newell, aye.
And I will note for the record, we're all here together. No one's up on a screen remote. And so that's wonderful. Thank you for all being here. So we're moving on, as I said, to public comment. I will call for that. You'll come forward to the podium to my left, your right. And if you would share with us any questions and concerns, but before doing so, if you would state your name and place of residence, we would appreciate that for the record. And please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor, council members, my name is Mike Perry and I'm a Poulsbo resident. And I've been up here. I think everybody on this panel has seen me here before. And I'm going to speak to the parking, the paid parking and the parking enforcement that's currently going on. I have some talking points. I've presented them before, and I've been, as this has been evolving over the past few years, I've been trying to adjust my views on things as well to try and align with council, with the mayor, and take into account the fact that this isn't necessarily, if it doesn't go the way I see it, it's fine. I don't have all the say so. I'm just trying to give some opinions. As a barber in this town, I have a lot of people who live locally. Almost every one of my clients is a local person. And when they come in, we discuss all kinds of things. So some of this is based off of conversations, not just personal opinion. That being said, strong local opposition. Many residents of Poulsbo have expressed overwhelming frustration with the idea of paid parking downtown. Numerous locals have stated they would reduce or completely stop spending their time and money in the downtown district if parking fees are implemented. Risk to local businesses. Downtown businesses rely heavily on local customers. If residents choose to avoid the area due to parking costs, it could significantly reduce foot traffic and hurt the small businesses that make downtown Poulsbo unique. Current enforcement may already be working. The city recently increased parking enforcement, and early observations suggest that this may already be improving parking turnover and availability. Implementing paid parking before fully evaluating the impact of current enforcement may be premature. Insufficient data collected. The current parking enforcement measures have not been in place long enough to gather meaningful data or metrics. Policy decisions of this scale should be based on clear evidence rather than assumptions. Financial burden on workers and business owners. Regarding or requiring employees or small business owners to pay for parking could create additional financial strain, particularly for lower wage workers. Some employees may seek outside employment from downtown if the parking becomes a daily cost. Potential work workforce impact. If workers must pay simply to come to work downtown, businesses may struggle to retain or attract employees, which could further hurt the local economy. Demand for transparency. Residents have clearly stated they want to know exactly where parking revenue would go. If paid parking is implemented, the City Council should provide written, transparent commitments outlining how every dollar will be used. Accountability from leadership. If the paid parking plan fails to achieve its stated goals or harms downtown commerce, the community expects the City Council to acknowledge the consequences and be accountable for the decisions. Protecting local access. If paid parking does move forward, providing at least 1 hour of free complimentary parking would help maintain accessibility for local residents and encourage short visits to shops and restaurants. Encouraging continued community support, a 1 hour free parking window would act as a goodwill gesture towards locals, helping ensure that downtown Poulsbo remains a welcoming place for the residents rather than becoming a destination only for visitors willing to pay to park. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. And I should state that it is the general rule of council not to respond to points made at the podium that isn't reflective of interest or thoughts the council might have, but in order to treat everyone fairly. So with that said, I'm calling for public comment. Please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Colleen Myko, manager of Bremerton Kitsap Access Television. BCAT is Poulsbo's public access channel, and I'm here with a quick update on how we serve the community in 2025, and I brought a handout with me that's two-sided. BCAT promotes government transparency by providing live video coverage of this and other meetings, and a shout out to our BCAT crew member behind the scenes, Ickle, who's covering this meeting tonight. BCAT covers 14 different regular meetings for 9 different agencies, and in 2025, we recorded and aired 251 meetings. 35 of those were Poulsbo City Council, totaling 87 hours of program airtime, not including the replays. Government meetings make up more than half of our channel's new program airtime. We also provide a unique, non-commercial venue for the public to express their opinions and passions on television. 39% of our new program content was created independently by community producers who submitted 543 programs to air on BCAT last year alone. 7% of our new program content was produced at BCAT. We spotlight positive hyperlocal stories not covered elsewhere in the media, like the Nordic Cottages grand opening and Engaging Kitsap, where I had the pleasure of interviewing Rob Gelder about the city's new administrator role and governance structure. We assist citizens and nonprofits in getting their videos on BCAT, even if they lack the technical skills or equipment, through our membership services program. Watch BCAT on Comcast Channel 12, Astound Channel 3 or 70, or live stream anytime at bcat.org. Video on demand for all the videos that we cover, our meetings, that we cover, is also at bcat.org, and they're all conveniently indexed, so that residents can skip directly to the agenda items that are most important to them. The total number of meeting replay views on our video on demand site last year increased by 40%, and our BCAT YouTube channel views are up, and our Facebook engagement continues to grow as well. The BCAT Community Advisory Committee is made up of volunteer representatives from the various jurisdictions, including Poulsbo, and we're grateful for the stellar individuals that you guys have appointed, including Scott Westrand, who was reappointed in December and who's here with me tonight. Scott? I'm always available to schedule a detailed briefing about the ways that BCAT provides public access television to City of Poulsbo residents and the wider Kitsap community, and I thank you for your support and collaboration and for your time and attention tonight.
This was incredibly helpful. Thank you for presenting.
You're welcome.
We're going to continue with public comment, and please come forward, state your name and place of residence, and you'll be granted a full 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Judy Daniels. I reside in Poulsbo. I'm here representing community members and the North Kitsap Senior Citizen Center. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Fitzpatrick's close working with us through this parking problem. He's come down to the center and listened and been at board meetings, and it's been extremely helpful in alleviate a lot of the concerns of our members. but I monitor the emails that the center receives. And I'd like to just read you one that we got that I spoke with Councilman Fitzpatrick about. My sister lives out on Larkness Road. I have encouraged her to join the activities you provide there at your center. She has told me that parking is the biggest problem and that she has tried many times to come down and find a place. Even though she uses a cane, she was willing to try. But once she does find a place, it's often a very long hike from your facility. Please let me know if there is a fix for this that she has not yet discovered. I know having a social connection would be very helpful for her. Thank you in advance for your support and for all that you do for seniors. I'd like to also share another personal conversation I had with the former owner of Crimson Cove on the day that she locked the doors for the last time. And when I asked her why she was leaving after her many years of having that business, one of the four things that she cited was the difficulty with customers and her staff finding parking. Thank you for listening and for your leadership.
Thank you very much. And calling for public comment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carol Larson. I live in Suquamish. I am here to somewhat substantiate the concerns about parking in that on February 22nd, I attended the rally down at the waterfront for about an hour, hour and a half. Later went back home and then attended a jewel box presentation. And my friend and I decided to have a meal downtown, parked, and came back out to my car and had a $60 ticket. Having no signage that told me I couldn't do that. And had we not parked there, we wouldn't have had a meal. So I think it's a big concern to the businesses, and it certainly is to me, although I am contesting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, could we ask a staff member to move the microphone down a little bit closer to people? It's difficult to hear. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
And now you have a tall person. Mayor and Council, my name is Lynette George, and I am from Seebeck, but I do all of my fundraising right here in Poulsbo. I am the founder of the Blue Star Banner Program, and my fundraisers this weekend, the Poulsbo Beer Run. And I know that you guys are having parking problem challenges and that you're kind of changing policies as it goes. But the current policy for me as an event planner is for me to go pick up 18 signs the morning of my event and put them in specific locations that was given to me by a map. And then I am required after the event to go pick them up and deliver them back to the city for my participants to pay $10 for the parking, for the all-day parking. First of all, I don't think me as an event planner should have to bear this labor. I am getting absolutely nothing out of it, and the city would get about $10,000 for the parking of my participants. So that's one item. What I think to solve this problem is what I've been told, and I don't know if this is true, but there is 2 days a week that you can park for free, and the city can decide what days those are. I believe that they should be event days because you are asking me to bring people in from outside of the 50-mile radius. And right now I have over 400 coming in from outside of Kitsap and 70 from outside of the state of Washington, and also one out of the country. So I'm trying to bring the people in, and I'm trying to get them to stay overnight. We have almost 200 booked rooms for this weekend. So that's probably about 400 to 500 extra people in Poulsbo for the weekend. So I would like to say one item is to have the events free parking. And then the other item, if you can't do that, is to send me a QR code so that I can send it out to the participants and we don't have to do signs. Because I don't have the manpower to put these signs up and return them. Thank you.
Congratulations, Lynette, on a very successful event. Calling for public comment. Please come to the podium, your name and place of residence, and we're anxious to hear.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bill Snyder. I live in Poulsbo, very close to where we are right now. On a good day, I could hit this building with a driver from my backyard, very close up on 4th Avenue. I am here to express some concerns also about the parking plan, but also to acknowledge that you've done a lot of work and a lot of really good things. The work you've done on the employee parking seems very good. I read the entire consultant report that was generated. Before I retired, was a consultant that did just that type of work, and it was very thorough. But my issue is there's some pretty important parts of that report that seem to have been ignored. And number one being seasonality. So they had a lot of examples of cities, most of them so much larger than Poulsbo that I would argue they're not relevant. But then there were some that were smaller and some local towns, right, that are doing something similar. And in many places, they recognize the need for seasonality adjustments. And they also suggested that you might want to do something different for events. Because right now, this time of year, if you were to go ahead with the paid parking plan, as I understand it, the residents of Poulsbo aren't going to have any place to park unless they pay for it. People are going to move into the neighborhoods. Poulsbo Place is going to get a lot of pressure. People deciding that they're going to drive an additional quarter mile or 200 yards and just park in the neighborhood. They're going to park in front of my house. I prefer that they not do that. So I'd just like you to look at the report, consider what I agree completely with the gentleman that spoke first. If you could just pump the brakes a little bit on jumping into paid parking, I think would be good for everybody. And then the last thing I just want to mention is at the last meeting that I attended, when I heard about the reparking from the gentleman who works for Laz, I expressed some concern because I was stunned when I heard how they're enforcing it. So I went online and I pulled down the document and I read the municipal code 10.12.150, and it simply doesn't say what the examples below state. There is no 24-hour provision. There's no provision for moving from zones. The only thing that it says is that you have to move to a different street, right? So maybe you're going to have to amend the municipal code. Maybe you're going to have to go in and revise the municipal code. But right now, people are getting tickets when there's no support in the municipal code for the enforcement policy that's stated on a piece of paper, right? And I think that's a mistake. So I would ask you to look at that and if you need to revise the municipal code, do that. But the 24-hour thing just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And calling for continued public comment.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Harris. I also live in Poulsbo. I am not here to talk about parking, unbelievably so. 3 months and 22 days from now, this country is going to be celebrating their 250th Liberty anniversary. And I think that that's reason to celebrate. And I know over the last 7 years that we have not celebrated necessarily in a public way because of the incident that happened at the waterfront. Regardless, I think that we have a lot of reasons to celebrate. I know we're not perfect. We're not a perfect country. We're not a perfect community. We're not a perfect city. I get it. We have made some mistakes, some at the waterfront. One of the things about this country and this community is that we try to learn from our mistakes. We have reason to celebrate. 250 years of trying to correct things, of making mistakes, which is what human beings do when they're together or when they're alone. Mistakes in law, in behavior, in policy. And I'm just saying, even though we've tried to correct it, after 7 years, I think it's time to celebrate. Even a person who loses their spouse does not wear mourning clothes forever. And this community has been wearing mourning clothes for 7 years. I know that politically, sometimes it feels like everything's going wrong. But I'm just telling you, this community has a lot to celebrate. And I'm going to give you a little story I wasn't sure I was going to share. But there are countries where I would not be able to stand up here and make public comment. I wouldn't have been able to drive here because I couldn't get a license without my husband's permission. We have a lot to celebrate. We educate our children for free, and we can get medical care. And so I'm just going to share with you that a couple of months ago, my husband and I were in Belize, And Belize doesn't even have a 911 number to call. They have to figure out, do I have a medical? Do I need police? Do I need fire? And there's a different number depending on what street you are in Belize or what community you're in. No 911. The day after we returned from Belize, my husband had a significant heart event and went to St. Michael's. And then 8 days later was airlifted to University of Washington. If we had lived in Belize, I would have been bringing him home in a box. We have a lot to celebrate. There is so much right with this country. And so I'm just asking this council to help us take off the mourning clothes. The city has got to give the permission because the city will not do it by themselves. And so after 7 years, in 3 months and 22 days, I hope it's enough time to plan a party and help this city celebrate again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm calling again for public comment. We have a lot of folks here. I will note for the record that later on in the meeting after the workshop, which is when we come down to the tables in front of you, there will be a final call for public comment again. But this is at the top of the meeting, and for anyone who would like to make a comment or a question or has a concern, we're here to listen. So calling a last time for public comment. And not seeing any, we're going to move on with the agenda. And I appreciate everyone's comments on behalf of the City Council. I know they appreciate this level of engagement and feedback, and it means very much. So thank you. The next portion of the agenda is mayor's reports and council comments, and we have a special proclamation tonight. So I'm going to cut in front of the mayor and council comments, and I'm going to move down to the podium. I'm going to ask those that are here representing the Port of Poulsbo to join me for this very special occasion at the podium, if you would. On around this way. All right. This is a very special proclamation because tonight we're observing what will be the 75th anniversary of the creation of the Port of Poulsbo. And allow me to read this. Proclamation of the City of Poulsbo. Whereas on March 19th, 1951, the citizens of Poulsbo established the Port of Poulsbo to create a public port district dedicated to economic development, public access, and stewardship of our Liberty Bay. Whereas for 75 years, the Port of Poulsbo has served as the primary public marina on Liberty Bay, providing moorage, public docks, float plane access, waterfront amenities, and facilities that support residents, visitors, and maritime commerce. Whereas the port's origins are rooted in Poulsbo's very rich maritime heritage from the era of commercial fishing and the Pacific Coast Cod Fish Company to the evolution of Poulsbo as a vibrant waterfront destination now known as Little Norway. Whereas the Port of Poulsbo today operates and maintains the Poulsbo Marina and associated public facilities, contributing significantly to the vitality of downtown businesses, tourism, community events, and year-round economic activity. Whereas the City of Poulsbo and the Port of Poulsbo share a long-standing and collaborative relationship, working together to serve the citizens, of Poulsbo through coordinated planning, public safety, partnerships, infrastructure investment, environmental stewardship, and community celebrations along the waterfront. Whereas the 75th anniversary of the Port of Poulsbo provides an opportunity to honor the vision of its founders, recognize the dedication of past and present commissioners, staff, volunteers, and community partners, and celebrate the port's continuing role as a cornerstone of Poulsbo's identity and economy. Now, therefore, I, Edward Stern, Mayor of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, do hereby proclaim March 19th, 2026 as Port of Poulsbo Day in the City of Poulsbo and encourage all residents, businesses, visitors to join in recognizing and celebrating 75 years of service, stewardship, and partnership on Liberty Bay, and to look forward with optimism to the continued collaboration and shared success of the city and the Port of Poulsbo, dated this third day of March 2026, presenting it this evening, March 11th, in recognition of March 19th. Please join me in celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Port of Poulsbo. Commissioner, it is my privilege to present you the original proclamation along with your port manager. And if you would share this with your next board, and I'll be happy to come down on March 19th and celebrate it with you. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Manager. And please, a few words, if you would.
I want to accept this on behalf of my fellow commissioners who aren't currently here and the past commissioners. We are a community service base. I don't do this for a check. I do this for my community service. He makes the check, so, but we just oversee, make sure what he's doing. But this has been a long time coming. You know, the city and the port, there's been great times together. There's been bad times, but today we're going to rebuild a new community together. We're a very unique port compared to the only other place we compare it to is probably the Friday Harbor, Gig Island, you know, the San Juans. So we're very pleased to be working with the city in many ways because the city helps us bring revenue in, but we also help bring revenue to the port, city, along with all the patrons that have their restaurants here. We have a lot of things coming with the new breakwater. Our accountant for 27 years is what has built a lot of the new aspect constructions you have seen. She'll be retiring this year, so we're going to be hats off to her. Looking forward to many things that come through, but just recently we've gone through some management and we felt that the commission has chose the right port manager. We did steal them from somewhere, but I think they're not too hurt anymore. But just want to introduce Mr. James Weaver here. He's our new port manager. He has done a lot with the city, a lot of things with the Olympic, sorry, the governor and everything else. So a lot of things are coming forward with what we're doing. So I'd like to pass on a few words for James to pass on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Commissioner. It's truly an honor to be up here and to have this proclamation for 75 years of partnership with this city and the port. Together, we have crafted the history of our waterfront maritime heritage, and we look forward to the next 75 years working together to make Poulsbo an incredibly special place that it is and that everybody gets to enjoy together. So thank you.
I might add, in conclusion, to make this truly a red letter day and a red letter celebration, Commissioner, a joint effort of the City of Poulsbo and the Port of Poulsbo to change state law was signed into law by the governor after being approved by the state legislature just earlier this week. Mr. Weaver was able to represent us at that signing ceremony with Governor Ferguson, and that is the Derelict Vessel Act, which will enable our police and other enforcement on the bay from those using boats as transient housing for those who are doing illegal dumping of sewer and other garbage and affecting our pristine bay and the quality thereof. And that is in conjunction with the 75th anniversary. I don't know if we designed it that way, but I can't think, Commissioner, of a better capstone. And the city wishes to acknowledge your key role in helping us get the Derelict Vessel Act passed. Congratulations, Commissioner. Congratulations, Manager. Well done.
You put Derelict at that point for us.
The state act, which enabled all the ports to be created in the state of Washington, happened in 1911. I'll just quickly say that before that, the railroads were very dominant in the state of Washington. They were privately owned. They acted as monopolies. Some of the largest fishing fleets and transportation likewise. And so it was the recognition of the state legislature that we needed public authority to maintain public access for the public benefit. And the Port of Poulsbo is our rich legacy of that. And again, congratulations on your 75th anniversary. Looking forward to many more to come. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we're moving on to the regular portion of mayor and council comments, and I'll start again to my left with Councilwoman Crowe tonight. Welcome, Pam.
It's good to be here, and thank you for your comments. Comments and feedback is a measure of what we are doing well or what we can improve on. So I look forward to engaging in the discussion regarding parking later on this evening at the workshop, and it's just appreciated to hear the highs and the lows. Also, I want to say that I recently traveled, and this is just a general comment, nothing that just to, kind of take to heart. I am proud of this region, this area. I was sharing with my peers that SeaTac Airport was the only airport in my travels of 5 different airports over the last few weeks that applauded our military who were serving when they boarded the plane. It was heard throughout SeaTac when the announcement was made, and I really appreciate that, being the wife of a military personnel and the mother of someone who is serving in the military of the other airports. It was a bit of a disappointment. So at least in our area, we're getting that right. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Pam. And, again, acknowledging the Port of Poulsbo here, you referred to the SeaTac Airport. That is the Port of Seattle, whose authority, like the Port of Poulsbo, stems directly from that forward-looking vision of the legislature and governor in 1911. Councilman Tabor, good evening to you.
James, when are we gonna get to airport? No, I'm kidding.
We do. Seaplane.
That's right. All jokes aside, it's been great working with the port and James and the commissioners. So thank you for that. And it's been very fruitful. And we have a beautiful, unique waterfront that we have to protect and maintain. So it's always good to have a healthy relationship between the city and the port, and appreciate all the work that goes into that. And I just want to thank all our citizens for coming up and talking about their concerns and making their points. And you've been heard, and look forward to diving into parking later. That's it for me.
Thank you, Doug. Councilman Rick Ecker.
Yes, we already have the airport. We have the seaplane lane, so we're there. Forget Seattle, we got it. Thank you everyone for coming tonight. We can't do this when we're all residents, but we can't do this in a vacuum. We don't see everything. We don't know everything. So it's great to have feedback. Like Ed said earlier about having people here. It's a little disheartening sometimes to be here and talking to an empty room. So it's great to have folks come. And I get that sometimes coming to council meetings, any public meeting, any governmental meeting, sometimes it's a hardship. Sometimes it's hard to make it to them. Coming up to the podium and talking can be intimidating. So I appreciate everyone that makes the time to come here. It's a lot easier to go on social media and make comments and then say things. But unfortunately, those conversations sometimes tend to get away from us and aren't always full of facts. So I appreciate that folks come here and take the time for this. Couple specific things. Thank you, BCAT. We really appreciate your support. And absolutely, we keep her here late some nights. And so it's absolutely appreciated what you all do for us. And thank you for your help there. 4th of July, or actually 3rd of July is what it was. Just remind folks that was not a city event. That was run by a nonprofit. So the nonprofit chose to stop doing it. The city has to make a choice to do it if we were to pick it up. Now we have had discussions with Suquamish about the future, maybe as some kind of a celebration, maybe on the 4th of July, maybe not. I'm not going to get too deep into it because I'm not going to speak for them, and certainly we haven't finalized anything. But just know, for everybody to know, this isn't something we gave up on. It's not something that it's gone forever, but we are respecting our neighbors. We are trying to find a way to move forward that works for everybody, and lets healing happen. That isn't just about one thing. All the cultures that are represented in our city. So we've had conversations, we just haven't gotten there yet. So it's ongoing. It hasn't been forgotten. It's not, it's still on our radar, I guess. And then lastly, because we have a captive audience, so I'm going to do this. We're here to talk about parking, which is a downtown issue tonight, but we've got some other downtown things coming up. And so a lot of times when we do things, we always hear, you didn't tell us. So I'm going to tell you tonight to make sure everybody can say we heard. So I've heard a lot of folks talk about parking and talk about Third Avenue needs to be better. Well, we're rebuilding Third Avenue. It's been in the works. Preliminary design has been done, but there's still going to be opportunities for public to input. We're breaking ground in probably 2028. So, that's going to happen. We're going to turn it into something that's worthy of being called an avenue, and not, as the old mayor used to call, a goat path. So please be aware that that's coming. That will affect parking because it's going to be torn up. So, participate, give input for that. And then after that, all the utilities on Front Street have to get redone, which means all of Front Street has to get torn up. And since we're going to tear it up, we're going to look at how do we want to put it back together, and let's see if we can't put it back together better than we found it. So the input for that and how we want to do that is going to also be something going on over the next couple of years. Again, join in, provide us feedback, let us know. We want to make Front Street better afterward than how we found it, and that involves community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Eckert. And good evening, Councilwoman Brett Livedall.
Hi. Yeah, I echo what my colleagues said. Thank you for being here. We're going to have a robust conversation, I'm sure, later on about parking, but there are just a couple specific things that I want to say, just because sometimes information gets passed along and it ends up getting passed along incorrectly. It was mentioned earlier that people will come here and not have any place to park unless they pay. Under our current proposal, that is not the case. 60% of the publicly owned parking in the downtown core would be free. 40% would be paid under the proposal that we've been considering. And then we've heard you on this reparking ordinance and the zones and how frustrating that is. So here in our folders tonight, we have a resolution for us to consider that would essentially suspend that ordinance that's causing so many problems. So I want you to know that we are listening and we are responding. Thank you.
Well said, Councilwoman Livedall. Good evening, Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, community. I'm going to ask for your patience for a few minutes and the patience of my colleagues. Tonight, we're reviewing the status of our parking program, and the people sitting at the dais with me have been able to speak to this program, except for myself. So I'm going to take the opportunity to do so for the first time tonight. Unlike all my colleagues here, I have not been here for the studies and conversations that the city's been having over the past few years. So I've taken the time to review those past conversations and materials. I've looked at the studies going all the way back to 2006. I've read the parametrics parking assessment, the Evans and Associates parking study, the notes from the meetings in the 2010 Downtown Parking Advisory Committee. I have now read the 2023 Walker Parking Study cover to cover 3 times. I have read the HDPA's parking study PowerPoint slides, and over the last few days, I rewatched the February 12th, February 19th, March 19th, and June 11th, 2025 City Council meetings. And I'm not sharing this as some kind of brag. I'm sharing this because you elected each of us to do a job, and it's important that I report back to you that I'm putting in the time to ask your questions and to get into the history of what we're doing. That includes listening to your public comments. I listened to every public comment that was made by residents, business owners, boaters, customers, out-of-towners, and others at the council meetings that I just listed, much like tonight. In reviewing these materials and speaking with staff, I have found that the city staff, particularly City Administrator Gelder, City Planner Heather Wright, and Police Chief Harding, to have been exemplary throughout this process in their diligence, their carefulness, and their engagement with the public to try to adapt as concerns have been raised. I'm going to be honest, they have not had an easy job. Council has not given them always straightforward policy objectives, and parking is not an area of expertise for our staff. They've had to stretch and learn, and that entails making mistakes and oversights. That's just inevitable with something like this. But I promise our community that, in my opinion, there is no one more invested in rolling out a good parking program than our staff, and I thank you all for your ongoing work in this area. I've also reviewed these materials out of respect for the people who share this dais with me. They have done a lot of work on this subject, and frankly, they should not have to repeat their comments that they've made in the past just to educate me on the subject. I've listened carefully to their past discussions so that we can move forward this evening with where the conversation currently stands. And I want my colleagues and the public to know that I'm deeply impressed with the time, thoughtfulness, and nuance that you have given to crafting a parking policy for this city. To the public, I would say that what I have encountered are 7 different people with 7 different motivations, each thinking independently on this subject. There's a lot of diversity of thought amongst our council on parking, and while some councilors are more aligned than others on particular directions, I'm really impressed with how each of you think for yourself and bring your own background and experience to the city's questions. So here's where my understanding is on parking. We have some members of the community that will only use or be able to use our downtown area if there is no parking enforcement for them. I'm thinking here especially of my conversations with our senior center. People who lack strong mobility, who do not qualify for ADA accommodations, and who live on a fixed income need the convenience of being able to park anywhere and not have to repark. Neither enforcement or paid parking are a good fit for them. They just want to be able to come to the center where they have their membership. There are some members of the community who will benefit most from an enforcement program. Here I'm thinking of our downtown shops who typically only see customers for 20 to 30 minutes of shopping, and those customers have spent the same amount of time circling Anderson Parkway looking for parking. Both those businesses and their customers just want more parking availability, and parking enforcement forces turnover. And then we have some members of the community who need the freedom to pay to park as long as they can. I'm especially struck by my conversation with Preston at one of our newest downtown businesses, Johnny Levi's Studios. They provide services to customers that can last 5, even 6 hours at a time. A 3-hour parking enforcement program doesn't work for their business model. Additionally, those customers, after sitting in a salon chair for that length of time, would probably like to go get a bite to eat, or a drink afterwards. I've heard from many downtown businesses that they'd like to have customers who are mutually referred, who come to downtown for a holistic experience, not just a quick 90-minute visit. My takeaway from these conversations with stakeholders is that we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. We cannot not enforce, we cannot simply enforce, and we cannot have everything paid parking. Those of us who want things to go back to the way they were need to stand in the shoes of those businesses who don't want frustrated customers who struggle to find parking. Those of us who oppose paid parking need to stand in the shoes of those businesses who provide day-long services. Those of us who oppose enforcement need to think about someone who is neither affluent nor able-bodied, who parked up at Jensen and Third to have a drink at the Brass Kraken. We need the kind of flexibility our council has been slowly approaching, where we have different types of parking for different types of folks. I have some proposals I'm going to float to colleagues in tonight's discussion that aim to mitigate many of the objections and concerns our community has raised. It is my goal to find something that respects and welcomes every person who wishes to be a part of this community. I do not want us to make policy that harms our businesses, that discourages our customers, or that dampens our downtown. I will hold us accountable if our policies adversely affect the downtown area. But at the same time, I want to make sure everyone can get downtown one way or another. It is my belief, after listening to past council meetings, that my colleagues share these desires. Lastly, this is not an issue that I personally feel strongly about. I don't really care whether I pay for parking or not, whether we enforce or not. What I care about is that we provide policy that serves the common good, and that afterwards we remain unified as a shared community living together. I care far more about us being neighbors to each other than where we stand on parking. Whether you agree or disagree with me or anyone else up here, or with your fellow residents or business owners or employees, we need to remember that our first obligation is to each other as good neighbors. No policy is worth losing the bonds of trust that make us a community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick. Very thoughtful. Good evening, Councilman Gary McVeigh.
Good evening. Thank you to Councilmember Fitzpatrick for his opening remarks and for doing his due diligence. It's much appreciated. It's there's a lot of past history when it comes to downtown parking, as Michael has discovered. A few comments tonight. Thanks to BCAT. I'm still waiting for you to use that filter that makes me look thinner. If you could, if we could talk more about that afterwards, I'd appreciate that. Thanks to the port for coming down, James Weaver, Commissioner Jay Lawrence. Congratulations to the Port of Poulsbo. Thank you for being here for 75 years. Thank you for being an important partner for the city of Poulsbo. We love having you here, and we look forward to continuing our partnership together. Regardless to parking, I'm going to say just a few things because if history is any guide, a lot of folks will be leaving soon because our agenda is pretty long tonight. And you're welcome to stay. We'd love for you to stay, but I know it is quite a commitment of time. Just a couple of points, perhaps as a reminder. A year ago, City Council voted 6-1 to approve a new downtown parking program after many, many years of study. And some of just the broad parameters of that parking program called for enforcement. We began with, we began with improved signage. I think we all recognize that we needed some better signage downtown that explained our parking limits, et cetera. We had not enforced parking limits downtown for 15 years or so. I think that was a mistake, frankly. I would not do that again, given how hard it's been to change behavior around those things. We've enforced parking. We've added about 250 spaces for employees, dedicated for employees. They can park there as long as they want. It's free for employees. We do not plan at this point to charge for employee parking. So worrying about low-income employees, I think, is really a non-issue. We are continuing to pay for employee parking. As Britt mentioned, under the program that we approved, 60% of our public parking spaces would remain free. 40% would be paid at a rate of $2 an hour was the agreement. And can have competition there. The paid spaces we identified are the closest in spaces, the best spaces, if you will, the first class spaces. We thought it was appropriate that people be willing to pay $2 an hour for those spots. And I would remind you that that is $1 an hour cheaper than the Sea Discovery Center is currently charging $3 an hour. And the Port of Poulsbo, our partners, their lot on Jensen is $3 an hour. We further in that resolution that we passed a year ago, City Council committed to dedicating all of the funds gained from paid parking would remain downtown to add to parking capacity, to improve transportation in and out of downtown, and to improve public safety downtown. This council is still committed to that. I went so far as to suggest to Denver, the president of HDPA, that he schedule a quarterly meeting with Debbie Boer, our chief finance officer, come in and take a look at the books and see where the money is going. We've had a lot of people ask where that money is going to go. And we've identified some areas, I think, of priority. We have not taken a vote on this yet because, again, we were a year away from starting paid parking. But among the things that are being discussed would be leasing additional parking capacity. We need to add parking spaces, folks. The enforcement has made what spaces we have more efficient, but we have not added parking spaces. We need to add the parking capacity. Our comprehensive plan for the next 20 years calls for us to grow by 5,600 people, to grow by 4,000 jobs, to grow by more than 2,000 new housing units. We already know what a difficult time it is for people to park downtown. Imagine what the next 20 years is going to be like without population growth if we do not add the parking capacity. So there's a number of areas around the perimeter of downtown we might consider leasing for paid parking. For example, the new development that's been going to be built next to the post office, we commonly call it Poulsbo Place 8. That land is now owned by Chinook Contracting. They're the developers of the Elias and Square building downtown. We have had some early conversations with them about the possibility of leasing some spaces in their mixed-use building. I think there's possibilities perhaps to lease some additional parking from First Lutheran Church. There's a lot of spaces there that are not used during the week and on Saturdays. So I think that's a real rich opportunity for us to lease some additional parking there. I would like to see us try a shuttle service between Viking Avenue and other parts of town. I can't tell you how many times I talk to business leaders, business owners over on Viking Avenue who say, Gary, how can we get some of those tourist dollars and some of those tourists that are coming downtown over to Viking Avenue? A shuttle service on weekends in the summertime may be a way to do that. So I will close with just one reflection, and I've reflected on this before, but the downtown parking conversation, to me, is very reminiscent of another really critical, contentious time in the city's history 23 years ago, when the city was deciding whether to approve the new development up on the hill where Walmart, Home Depot, and other businesses are. That was a very contentious debate among city council members. It passed by one vote. There were an awful lot of business owners and citizens who felt that that development up on the hill, College Marketplace, was going to be the end of downtown. It's going to be the end of downtown. Well, guess what? It wasn't the end of downtown. And that development has been, I think, a real boon for our community. If not for that development up there, we would not have Olympic College. We would not have the Fairfield Hotel. There's a whole lot of small businesses up there in between the big box businesses. And so sometimes it takes some political courage and some political will to do what is right for this community. I think that, one thing I always try to remind myself is, as a city council member trying to act in the best interest of this community, I don't necessarily always have the luxury of looking at the next quarter or the next year. We are looking out for the next 10, 15, 20 years or more. If we do not look out for the best long-term future interests of this city, who will? Thank you.
I want to thank you, as I did Councilman Fitzpatrick, for very thoughtful remarks. Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. And turning to my far right, Councilman Doug Newell. Good evening, Doug.
All right, get to be the last of 7. So a lot of discussion already, a lot of discussion to come. Let me just start with Ms. Harris's note. Certainly, I know you're a leader in our community. We have a lot to celebrate as this year with 250 years. I do believe, as others have mentioned, that we are open to having a celebration. I think it needs to be on the 4th of July because that is Independence Day. But as we've discussed, historically, most of the downtown events are not sponsored by the city. And so it's how do we get organized to do something, even if it's just a small event this year. I think we are open to having that conversation. Jeff Osmick staring at me with a scrunched face because he's our events planning guy going, am I within the window where I have to charge him more? Yeah, he's guilty. So just more than willing, anybody listening or you, Ms. Harris, to have a conversation about this later. The other thing, just, as Michael pointed out, we have had lots of conversations on this, and I think it is great that we can have that. We are open community, we are approachable, we are accessible. We are no more than 1 degree of separation here, and so we get to hear a lot of voices, and I think that's a grand thing that we have going on here in the city of Poulsbo. My focus has been and will be going forward is, what does success look like? You know, what is better? When do we know we're on the right track to enabling better access to downtown? I personally don't think it's a parking issue. Parking implies cars. Cars imply that's our only way of transit or motivation or ability to get downtown. I think there's multimodals that can enable more people to visit and participate in our community, and I think that needs to be our focus. And I look forward to a spirited conversation here since we have just warmed up. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. A couple incidental remarks from me, the mayor, my turn here, and then a statement that I've carefully prepared in respect of my city council, in fact, in respect of all of you. Firstly, on the whole tune of the Port of Poulsbo, the 75th anniversary, Councilwoman Crow's remarks about the SeaTac, otherwise known as the Port of Seattle. And then you heard at the very beginning of the meeting, Councilman Newell read the land acknowledgement, and that it's Tsuktsuktlat's, place of the maples. I find it very interesting, as Port Manager Weaver remarked on, they do have a small airport designated down the middle of the bay. I think it dates to the 1930s, the Federal Aviation Administration. It is a seaplane landing strip, and what I find significant is that it's called Maple Lane. There was that recognition already in the 1930s, hearkening back to our neighbors, the Suquamish tribe, and their ancestral heritages and recognition. So we do have an airport, Councilwoman Crow. It is not SeaTac, it is Maple Lane. So I find that significant and meaningful. On the question of the 4th of July, and I appreciate your remarks, Cheryl. One of the things I outlined in my campaign for mayor, in fact, it was the second point that I talked to many people about, was restoring a community celebration around the 4th of July, recognizing that the July 3rd celebration had fallen by the wayside. And if it wasn't for some of the housing issues and the others, it would have already been teed up as a main item with myself and City Administrator Rob Gelder to organize some thoughts for City Council consideration. The idea of being able to get something ready by this 4th of July, I'm intrigued by it. I was envisioning more 2027, my remiss, because with the passage of the to be implemented in 2027 restriction on no use of personal fireworks, I think it's incumbent on us to recognize also that we provide some other outlet for what had been that activity. But I will get together with City Administrator Rob Gelder. We'll scratch our heads, think what can be done, if anything, and to advance something in recognition, as you properly point out. It's this year. That's the 250th, not 2027. So thank you for reminding us of that. I want to make a few remarks on the parking, more than a few. The parking item will be part of our workshop when we finish with the business agenda, and will be down at the tables. And it'll be the fourth item, if you can bear with us. This is a council workshop, not a mayor workshop. I help conduct the meeting, but it is not mine to direct. It is mine to facilitate, and I want to acknowledge that. So my remarks right now are to my council colleagues. I want to take full responsibility tonight for the time, effort, and any consternation I'm imposing on my city council as mayor by having asked questions and asking questions on what some may rightly consider here a settled council policy. I want to acknowledge that. And a program that was duly acted on by the city council for a Poulsbo downtown parking program. I want to acknowledge that it is settled council policy and it is an implemented program at this time. And I want to be respectful and acknowledge that all the way across the board. All I ask for is your consideration of the questions I pose before you, recognizing I no longer hold a vote in the matter as I did on council. When in a split vote in 2025, what was presumed by the city and its executive administration, what was presented was a paid parking program. That was the action first presented to the council. Instead, in a divided vote, previous to the one Councilman McVeigh properly cites, there had been a previous split vote to take the paid parking program in a spirited debate and divide it into two phases. One would be the parking enforcement phase and the paid parking phase. And that was also a split vote and brings us here tonight. Having served on the Foundational Parking Committee alongside some of my colleagues, including Councilwoman Britt Livedall, in the 2023-2024 timeframe, those of you who served or attended or followed the long, laborious work of the Parking Committee might recall my oft-repeated statement, Poulsbo has a problem. It has a charming, unique, and quaint shopping and restaurant district adjacent to Poulsbo's crown jewel waterfront park and adjacent to the Port of Poulsbo's colorful and picturesque docks and walkways. Why would this beautiful and engaging assets any town in the nation be envious of having singularly, let alone adjoining each other, as I just outlined, on this peaceful bay in the Puget Sound with mountain vistas and reminiscent of Norway's celebrated fjords? Why would this be a problem? These are a problem because for most of the year, residents and visitors alike jostle for limited parking in a scrimmage to fight to park their cars as close to the shops and restaurants they wish to visit. What kind of problem is this? I have argued long and hard Poulsbo's problem is in fact a good problem, an envious problem. Most other towns and cities would love to have this problem that we're wrestling with. People fighting and overwhelming at times our limited public parking to visit here alongside residents. Let's not forget the residents who through their taxes have long paid for the public improvements and parks and ports of our cherished downtown. It's a problem, all right, a good problem, even a great problem to have. What I'm concerned about then, City Council, having been for these years, is our enthusiasms to fix the problem. We take a good problem and inadvertently risk turning it into a bad problem. That has been my concern from moment one, that without adequate care in trying to fix this, in not so many words, as the old saying has it, that the cure isn't worse than the illness. That the medicine we apply be done gradually for its effect on the body of the problem, carefully, as a doctor might, testing the effect of each step, measuring and evaluating. And then a next step if called for. If the patient isn't on life support, we should be careful not to rush to drastic steps. Poulsbo has a good problem. Let us carefully weigh that we not inadvertently create a bad problem by rushing. Which brings me to the question. Having just started comprehensive parking enforcement, something on the books of the city for decades, but not truly ever implemented, let us simply slow down, I ask you, City Council, to consider, as a good doctor would, test, measure, and evaluate the first course of medicine. We must observe how much capacity was created in moving out of the core downtown area, the employees, the owners, and the boaters, as we just commenced with, our first full month being just December, and now January into March, which is the slow season. I maintain to council we need to minimally take one full tourist season and better 2 years to measure, test, evaluate how much parking capacity parking enforcement itself has created for us? That's a question no one here can answer, not staff, not contractors, and not the electeds. I am not asking this council to rule out anything. I'm asking to evaluate carefully as the problem necessary to create and maintain a level of parking capacity. That's what we're after here, a level of parking capacity. Let that outcome lead us in our decision-making and phase our decision-making is all, not rush. Let us not take a good problem and risk a bad problem in its stead. And I will refrain from any further remarks because the workshop will address those and I will be as responsive to council as I can. I am not asking this council to rule out anything. I'm asking that we take our time, we test, measure, and evaluate. And if paid parking's called for, then we move with the paid parking model. But right now, we do not understand what capacity has been created by this newly formed parking enforcement program that is barely 60 days old here in a slow season. So on that, I will stop my remarks. I appreciate the council's forbearance in those. And I acknowledge in closure that the council, as Councilman McVeigh correctly pointed out, has already voted on and adopted a paid parking program model that was phased when it was not initially intended to do so into two components, a parking enforcement followed by a paid parking, and that is the voted will of this council at this time. We're going to move on to board, commission, and outside agents reports. I know I have nothing. I'll turn to my left. Any reports, Pam, Doug, Rick?
No, just we have some meetings that we probably need to get booked, like our next meeting with Suquamish. So if we can just kind of get those on the calendar.
Okay. Thank you. City Administrator and I will duly note that and get a hold of the Suquamish Council and see what it is their will. Councilwoman Libdahl, nothing to report. Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. McVeigh, Mr. Newell, anything to report? I'm going to call on department heads for staff reports, and we'll start with our city administrator, Rob Gelder. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just a quick note of thanks to Representative Simmons, who, as we all know, tomorrow is the last day of the short session of the legislature. And when a grant program that we have been able to avail ourselves of was compromised, she did go to bat and was able to negotiate to insert about $100,000 into the budget that should be adopted that will go to specifically benefit the Recovery Cafe. So it's a wonderful illustration of partnership on that level and the ability to kind of respond at the last minute. So with that, I will pass it on.
Can I ask a question, Rob? I talked to Brian McGonaghy, our contract government law relations specialist. He was thinking the capital budget would be issued this afternoon. We might be getting some indication. Likewise, Representative Greg Nance's efforts at boardwalk capital funding. Any word or indication?
I have not seen anything yet.
Thank you, Rob. Calling on our finance director, Debbie Boer.
Good evening. A good reminder, as unbelievably, we are through almost the middle of March, which means the first B&O taxes will be done for the quarter at the end of April, but reminding all business owners that that exemption level has been raised for service and for retail to be matching at 125,000. So those new forms will be online. We're getting the software updated to reflect those totals, but we'll be sending out a postcard to all the businesses to remind them and show them the impact. And feel free to call our office if anybody needs assistance. So thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Debbie made me think of it. For the rest of the council, we did have our first meeting of our new ad hoc finance committee this week on Monday. Good meeting, also spirited. And one of the things that we talked a lot about going forward is Deb's department's reporting to the council and how that should look and what best looks. So if the rest of the council has ideas on what you would like to see in those reports, what's useful for you, not useful, let Deb know so we can start crafting what we really want to see and how much time we want her to spend on producing these reports for us. So just for everybody, funnel that kind of input to Deb so she can combine it with the new ERP and we can pave the way forward.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Eckert. There's so much on our plate tonight that one escaped me. Councilman Eckert refers to it's not an ad hoc committee. It is under executive authority. It is a finance working group. That authority to form these special units is vested in the mayor, and that is comprised now at this time of Councilman Eckert, Councilman Tabor, Councilman Newell. We appreciate your time. It is meeting once a month, and it is meeting on late Monday afternoon. And there will be thorough reports and feedback, as Rick just indicated, back to council. So for the record, I want to be clear on this finance working group. Thank you, Debbie. And we know that Councilman Fitzpatrick and I, that IT has been especially busy, information technology, because everywhere we toured with Councilman Fitzpatrick this afternoon, from the police department on up, we saw you and Maurice from your department heavily engaged in construction. Please share with us, Brooks.
Well, the construction that you were witnessing, the city hall is going through a change with our door access and security, improving the way we connect with that, and the ability for staff members to get in and out of spaces that they need to be in, and making some improvements in security in that regard in the police department and court, which is great. But the big things going on with IT right now, we launched Sendio opt-in email service over the weekend, the first part of the weekend. And we're on day 5, really day 3 for most folks. But it's been, I would like to call it smooth sailing in the grand scheme of things, because it's working. Yes, it's new and different. What this means for the folks visiting us tonight and online, et cetera, is when you send an email to a staff member or council member at the city, for the first time, you're going to get a bounce back message in your inbox saying, "Are you human?" basically, and you have to click allow. And that's just to cut down on the amount of spam we receive at the city, and it's doing a great job. The other thing we have going on, next Friday, we are going to be migrating our phone system at the city hall, police department, not 911, but just the police department internally, and Public Works and Parks and Rec. We're going to be migrating over to a service from Microsoft called Teams Voice, and more to come on that next week, but just lots of stuff going on. And we all just experienced a quick little power blip here, but we got the projector back up and running. Hopefully we're good for the rest of the meeting.
I know the police department especially appreciates your and Maurice's work right now. Thank you very much, Brooks. Parks and Recreation Director, Jeff Osmick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, good evening, community members. I'll be fairly quick. We're excited about Rachel Cornett, our parks coordinator, attended the Pacific Northwest Resource Management School. And why that's exciting is she now has the tools and the knowledge in this first half of the attendance. It's a 2-year program to do, when she conducts her park assessments across our 26 parks, what is the level of service to maintain that park? How can we quantify that so we can start looking at what does it take if we bring on new parks, and what does it take to manage them? And when we're working closely with Public Works on this, because we have some beloved parks, but the idea is to make sure our community and our council know what that load is, and we have those tools. She came back just really thrilled. On that note, park assessments are ongoing, so we're hoping to get you a report a little later this summer about the current status of all our parks. Earth Day and Arbor Day, you'll hear about Earth Day when we do the special event update a little later this evening. And then Arbor Day, we're moving down to Waterfront Park, right where the Tree of Life is, down at the South End picnic area that was renovated. So we're really excited for that because there's going to be some tree planting and other activities that'll be coming up. And outside of that, it's busy. It's great. Where our spring summer catalog is this close to being done, and that's why everybody's excited to see to sign up their kids and families for programs. So you should see that live next week.
And please again, welcome on behalf of council, our new special event coordinator, Emily. I see she's begun issuing special events and other coordination, and we appreciate her working under you and with the Parks Departments. Thank you very much, Jeff. Calling on our city engineer, Josh Rains, and I see Mike Lund, Public Works Manager, filling in for Diane Linius. What do you have for us, Josh?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to quickly announce that we did open bids for the perk, and I don't want to spoil too much, but I'm working on the presentation right now for next week. But we did get 5 bidders, and we did get a bid within our budget. So we are excited about that. So we had a good turnout, and we had some great bids. So more to come next week. We'll be bringing the contract for the construction. We'll be bringing in some KCDA purchases for some additional ROMTech buildings, as well as the turf and lighting. And then we'll also be bringing forward our construction amendment for our consultant to support us through construction next week. So that'll be all in the packet for next week.
I know a few of us, I was able to attend the bid opening, and it gives PERC, which stands for Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center. That's the project up on top of the hill by the college, and our new fields and other amenities that are going to be built. We were perking and had our ears pricking as each bid was read to see if it would fit within the budget. And I'm most pleased, as Josh said, to report we have a viable project based on the first round of bids, and look forward to that presentation, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Mike, you have anything for us out of Public Works? City Clerk Rhiannon Fernandez.
Chief.
Our police chief is snuck in there. Those black
We're very
uniforms make it
sneaky
hard to see you moving, Chief. Welcome and good evening to you.
I just want to highlight that March 26th, Thursday, 6 p.m. here in this room. Anyone who attends our community conversation will have access to law enforcement executives from all of the law enforcement agencies in Kitsap County. You can ask any questions that you want to ask. We really want our community to come, bring your questions, concerns. Our city administrator, Rob Gelder, will be moderating, and we're here open forum to just have a conversation. We're really looking forward to it. So wanted to highlight that.
Can I modify a little bit your open forum?
Yes.
I just don't want people to take that and come up with their own idea. We're expecting a lot of folks to be in attendance and probably a lot of similar themed questions. So what we will be doing is giving folks an opportunity to write their question down on a 3x5 card. And then we will we'll sort them, go by topic. So it won't be necessarily a back and forth, but all the questions will come from the audience.
Good clarification. I appreciate that. And also Kitsap County prosecutor will be here as well.
So I want to give thanks to City Administrator Rob Gelder and Police Chief Ron Harding. This stems from my inquiry about should there be improvement? Are we in great shape with citizen review, feedback, involvement with the police department, wanting to be thoughtful, wanting to be methodical? And the police chief and City Administrator Rob Gelder came up with this approach to do an initial gauging of where we stand based on the feedback. And I especially appreciate Chief Harding making it a North Kitsap regional event of sorts involving Bainbridge Island, Suquamish, the Sheriff's Department, the prosecutor, as well as the Poulsbo Police Department. It'll be an opportunity to take a reading and see what we learn from our own citizens. Is that correct, Rob?
That's correct. And I also want to just include Port Gamble Sklallam. They'll be here as well, which is maybe the first time we've had that opportunity.
That is a great opportunity. Thank you for that correction. Before we move into the consent agenda, and I don't forget this, I will be absent next week's meeting, and I'm turning to my right. Deputy Mayor Gary McVeigh will be conducting that meeting. I'll be in Washington, D.C., so this is the opportunity not to forget that for the record. We're moving on in the agenda. Previous to coming down for the workshop, we have been discussing at length is the consent agenda. All matters listed within the consent agenda have been distributed to each member of the City Council for reading and study, are considered to be routine, and will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If, however, separate discussion is desired, that item may be removed from from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda by any council member or citizen request. And tonight we have 3 consent agenda items: an excused absence, audio video switching unit replacement, and a Parks and Recreation building roof project contract. What it is the will of the council,
I'd be happy to make a motion for approval.
please.
Move to approve consent agenda items 8A through C.
Second.
And we have a motion on the table, and there's no question asked because it's consent agenda. So I'm going to turn immediately to my far left, Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, I.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Lived all I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Newell, aye.
Thank you, council. We have an approved consent agenda. There's no other items on the business agenda itself. We're going to be moving into the workshop agenda, which will consist of the Poulsbo Historical Society update, then a Rotary Peace Poll, follow-up discussion that's coming out of Rotary, special event review, and a fiber program on telecom, and then the parking program itself. And a quick question for council: should we move directly, or do you wish a 5-minute break? Break. Okay, it is now 6:20. We're going to be taking a break until 6:25. And we're back in session on the workshop agenda of the portion of the March 11, 2026 meeting. The first item on the workshop agenda is a Poulsbo Historical Society update, and that will be their executive director, Linda Pawson. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's our pleasure to be here tonight representing Poulsbo Historical Society. I'd also like to take an opportunity to introduce our new board president, Mr. Shannon Turner, who is here as well this evening. So it is our pleasure to present some updates from our 2025 annual report. For those of you who have been around the Historical Society for a while, you might recognize the ship on the front of the report. That is the Thayer, well known in these waters. And please come sit here.
Linda, would you reintroduce your newest board member?
My newest board member or my new board president? I have both, if you'd like them.
How about both?
Okay, great. This is Shannon Turner. He is our new board president, recently elected to that position following Patty Henderson, whom many of you know as well, has served 3 years in that position. We welcome Shannon. He has some great ideas, and we're very excited to move forward with our agenda with Shannon at the helm. And since you would also like to know, my very newest board member will be attending his first board meeting tomorrow night, James Weaver, who you might know as the port manager.
Hi.
And we are delighted to have James join us as well. And he'll be joining me up here in a little bit to talk about one of our new exciting things that is going to happen in the month of May. But moving along from there, we want to start 2025. I am celebrating my 1-year anniversary this month. I'm delighted to be the first executive director, generously funded by a grant from the Murdoch Trust. We have a lot of things that we've been doing over the last year. One of my first things to do was hire a business manager so somebody else can take care of all those financial details. And she works with our treasurer and myself to make sure that all of our books are in order. She also does all of our technology and web design. If you've looked recently, you'll see that our website has a new look, and that's thanks to Anastasia. So she has been a definite asset to our organization this year. And all of this you can also find in your copy of the annual report, which has been placed at your desk there. So 2025 was really one for the books. Our volunteers donated over 8,000 hours of volunteer time. Our maintenance and construction and facility volunteers, 1,000 of that, putting together our new expanded boat dock in the boatyard of the Maritime Museum. And we are absolutely overjoyed with the fact that we have over 80 volunteers who give us their time, many of them every week, to staff our museums, to greet all of our guests. And we could not exist without them. So my applause and gratitude to every one of them. And I know many of you here have participated in those programs over the years. So thank you. Our donors, we had over $1 million in contributed income at the end of the year. And our visitor count, we welcomed 42,000 people, not only locals, but out of state visitors from all 50 states, 4 U.S. territories, and 78 foreign countries. So I got that wrong. I gave this slide last night at our membership meeting, and I said 87 countries, and they corrected me. And I said, well, I'm planning for this year. So we'll have a few more. We're hopeful. Our projects, I talked about the Maritime Boatyard with some grants from the Poulsbo Rotary and some other folks. Great to have that. It's now fully accessible for anyone with accessibility challenges. They can go directly from the museum out into the boatyard, up to the Hayak, look at the dory off of the Thayer, and all of our Poulsbo boats that are out there as well. We have new exhibits in both in the museums. We have one on some adventures in one of those dories off the Thayer. And in our Heritage Museum, we have an exhibit about the jewelers of Poulsbo, of which there have been many over the years. And in honor of Jay and Sandy Dahlquist, who very, very generously gave a donation last year that we'll talk about in just one moment. We also had new kitchenettes with a grant from the state of Washington, and we have some of our governing officials helped make that happen. So thank you if you are involved in those efforts. We do have one at the Maritime and one in the Heritage. We also made a number of other improvements in the Heritage Museum itself, which has been great, taking care of some of those outside things that in a house from over 125 years ago, you know, needs a little TLC once in a while. Major projects also included new security. We have a new security system in the Heritage, and I've never had that before. We have panic buttons for all our volunteers so that they feel safe at all times. Even if they're in a shift later in the day by themselves, we want them to feel like they are taken care of and they have momentary access to anyone that they need. We're also still working on new key locks for the building, and I can commiserate with the things that are going on here. It's not always an easy process, but we are hopefully close to doing that. The Norman Archibald Foundation supported that work for us. Shop for a Cause. Anastasia has been busy working on this. It is our new online store, completely different merchandise than you'll find at the museum store on Front Street. But if you're looking for a Viking cod hoodie, I can guarantee you that's probably the only place you're going to find one. And they are fabulous. So maybe next year we'll all have Viking cod. And we have a new membership program. We spent a lot of time talking to our members, understanding what they liked, what they thought could be improved on. We came up with new membership levels, new membership perks, and have had an increase of membership since then. And we look forward to continuing to do that as we move forward into 2026. Of course, I would be amiss if I didn't remind you all, which you probably all heard a dozen times before, that Jay and Sandy Dahlquist, to the surprise of everyone in the room, stood up at our auction last year and offered to pay off the mortgage on the Heritage property, for which we are eternally grateful and will allow us to continue to have that space and have it for public access for our community and our visitors in perpetuity. So thank you, Jane Sandy. Sandy will actually be here next weekend at our auction 2026 at Kiana, and we are going to have our much anticipated mortgage burning at the auction with Sandy. So, and a little surprise for her as well. As I said, over $1 million in revenue. We did spend a lot of that because part of it was the state grant money, which was actually a reimbursement of expenditures that matched to those components. And of course, the payoff of the property. So very lucrative year for us. And we are grateful for all of our donors, grantors, supporters, foundations, and of course, the taxpayers of Washington State, which I was urged to always mention. For educational initiatives, we continued our chat programs. If you have not been to one, I would urge you to come. We have them periodically at all of the different locations, usually once a month and then once a quarter. We try and get together in a larger space, usually at the library here in town. And we talk about all kinds of different topics. We share some of the artifacts out of our archives. We share some of the stories that might not be well known about some of the people and places and things that have made Poulsbo what it is today. So they're always fun, they're always entertaining, and of course there are always treats. So that's always a good thing. You can find information about all of those on our website. Last year was a big banner year for us, and thank you, Mayor Erickson, for designating September 12th as Maritime Day in Poulsbo. We were delighted to have the proclamation and had the opportunity to welcome back many of the folks who helped make the Maritime Museum a reality 10 years ago, as well as many of the people who are working there today as volunteers. It was a great evening, had lots of fun. And we do continue to recognize all of those people. You can see some of the people when we installed the Hayak at the very first portion of the boatyard. And many of those people are still volunteering for us today. So we are very grateful for that. We have a lot of people to thank, and we try and do that as often as possible. So here are just some representative logos of people who have contributed to make sure that the Historical Society is able to do our work for our community. You'll notice that we have both Port Madison Enterprises and the Suquamish Tribe as grantors as well. Not only that, some of our local businesses, Blue Sky Printing, Town and Country Markets, Edward Jones is always a big supporter, and of course, Arts Fund, Rotary, Liberty Bay Auto. Bremerton Kitsap Airporter was a new one for us last year, but they're stepping it up this year, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. Very exciting stuff. Come visit us anytime. We have 4 locations. 2 of them you know very well down on Front Street. We have the Martinson Cabin up in Nelson Park, and I am actually working with Rachel on some initiatives that are going to take place over the next couple of years to really make that a more welcoming and attractive area so that when people come to the cabin, it will look a little more exciting around the cabin itself. And then, of course, we have our Archive and Resource Center, which is right here at City Hall, 1 floor up. For the moment. 2026 initiatives, we'll talk first about America 250 because that was brought up. We are leading the effort for the city for America 250. We have chat programs every month that talk about what might have happened to some of our earlier pioneers and homesteaders here on Poulsbo. It might not have been 250 years ago, but it was definitely 125 or more years ago. And life here was not like it is today, let me tell you. So we want to make sure that people have an opportunity to understand what happened when you came to Liberty Bay and looked up and all you saw was trees. So what did you do? You probably lived in a tent to begin with. You had to clear your land or sell your timber to the logging companies who would come do it for you, ship it down the bay in a log raft. Then you could probably start to plant your own crops because there was no red apple market up on Viking Way or Town and Country over here. So it was a different lifestyle, and we try and recognize that.
And don't forget the dogfish sharks in the bay that provided the grease for Skid Row.
That's absolutely true. And not only that, for lamps, we used their skin for sandpaper, and they were very, very useful. So Dogfish Bay was certainly a name that was appropriate here. And I will just add a little color commentary. When I was a kid growing up in Keyport, we used to catch dogfish out of the bay, and we just threw them back because they're kind of nasty looking. But it was fun. And something that a lot of people have been doing here for a lot of years. Our annual dinner auction I mentioned is next week, and we are delighted to have some of you attending. We're very excited to have it for the first time at the historic property at Kiana Lodge, also on the Suquamish Reservation. And we are going to have our first theme that is not codfish. For a change, we're actually having a Roaring 20s party instead. I know codfish is way more exciting than that, but never fear, we're not done with cod by a long way. So it's coming back. Liberty Bay Festival, we'll talk about more in just a second. And with that, I would like to invite my new board member, James Weaver, and my partner in Liberty Bay Festival to come up here. And I'm going to close that one and open this one. I think, right?
Hearing, yep.
There we go. All right. So Liberty Bay Festival is something that the Historical Society has tried out for a few years now. And this year we decided we were going to up our game. You may have heard of it. You may have seen some of the things around town. We have postcards. We're going to put out some posters very soon. We have invited every yacht club up and down the West Coast, as well as every historical maritime association that we could find an address for. And we're hoping to just pack the town with visitors, as well as encourage our local community to participate in something that really is a shared heritage through a number of different ways here. And you all are invited as well.
Absolutely.
Push the button.
Yep. So this is a celebration of our maritime heritage. As you know, we began with our Mosquito Fleet ferries And the soul of this community was the waterfront. The dock was where groceries arrived and gave us access to the world by the ferries. There were no roads, there were no bridges. We had our ferries as our first access. And so honoring our maritime heritage that helped found what Poulsbo really is a big part of our celebration. One of our greatest businesses, the Pacific Coast Codfish Company, was a staple here. Nearly everyone had a family member or a relative that worked there or went with the Thayer up to Alaska and the small dories to fish and bring back cod and process it right here in Poulsbo. It was the largest cod fishing processing plant in all the West Coast. This is a rich maritime history, and we are celebrating it with this festival, with music and events. We're bringing Virginia 5. We have the Poulsbo boats, which are unique small boats that are handcrafted here. We have local residents and family members who were involved in the first Poulsbo boats talking about the creation of the boat in the basement. We have our own Valkyrie, our handcrafted 56-foot long longship Viking vessel that each of us can put a horned helmet on and go row and live a Viking life. We have the Seawolf voyages, which is essentially like the Scouts, but in a Viking manner, where they teach youth about living on the water, about maritime skills, and about Viking history. We have the Air Snipe, which is a restored vessel that will be here on the docks with the MV Lotus, which is literally in the Edwardian palace on the water, available for tours with the cozy armchair, a library, and a fireplace on board that you can tour and enjoy. We have our own pop-up ferry that we've partnered with Kitsap Transit. The Carlisle 2 will be delivering residents here who are not parking cars to our docks from Bremerton. They'll be making daily trips on that Saturday and the height of the festival. And the Carlisle 2 has been it's a floating museum in itself, been operating tirelessly since 1927, carrying Kitsap citizens to and from the communities in our very own waterfront docks. And it will be coming to Poulsbo as part of this festival. And we have the Kitsap Airporter shuttle, which you can talk about.
We do. Kitsap Airporter has very generously donated 3 days of a bus and a driver to shuttle people from downtown to external parking, either at Gateway or the high school or wherever we all decide. And we are looking at that as a model for perhaps something that might exist in the future on a much larger scale. We've talked about it, and we are very excited to partner with them to do that for these 3 days. So, and I was told I couldn't actually use the parking word in this slide, but I did. So forgive me. We've got kids' activities. We're going to do fish shirt painting. And if you haven't seen this, you take a fish, although ours are going to be made out of silicone. This will be at Sea Discovery Center. You paint your fish, you slap it on a shirt, and you wait till that dries, and you get to wear your fish shirt around the rest of the weekend. We have vessel tours on a number of the boats that will be here. We have Vikings because why not? And we will have music down in the pavilion at the Waterfront Park all weekend as well. So we have a whole lot of things going on. And of course, the Poulsbo Historical Society is going to sponsor an evening sunset cruise on the Virginia 5, which will be here. We just found out the entire week on the docks. We're going to do some educational events with some of the school groups and hopefully some of the scouts and other youth organizations during the week at the dock. And then we're going to kind of have a big party Saturday night out on the water and lots of fun stuff going on. So don't miss the boat. And we very much like to thank our lodging tax sponsors, both the city of Poulsbo and the county of Kitsap, for donating dollars to make this happen. We're very grateful for that. We have another number of other sponsors who are stepped up to make sure that we can do this festival. And we are looking forward to a great time. James mentioned that Ronald Young's great granddaughter will be here from Hawaii. She is flying in to do some presentations for us, talking about building a Poulsbo boat in her backyard as she was growing up. We will also have, I believe, fingers crossed, Representative Greg Nance here to talk about the future mosquito fleet. We all know that's going through the legislature right now. We're going to have some of the Shields family talk about the Pacific Coast Codfish Company and their great-grandfather and grandfather who ran those schooners from here to the Bering Sea and back every year, sending the dories out every day to get filled up with cod and bring them back with no GPS, simply a compass and a boat that was painted with orange stripes. So hopefully you can see it. And it's going to be a great time. We're very excited about all of it. And we hope that all of you will join us that weekend, particularly Friday evening. We are going to have a parade of boats led hopefully by the Viking Shields, which I just learned was the name of the fireboat here. And then we'll have the Virginia 5, we'll have the Poulsbo boats, we'll have the Valkyrie. And I have one more maybe that I hope is going to happen, and I can't tell you yet, but we are in sync on making that work. So
it's May 29th, 30th, and 31st. I know we don't have much going on in May. So it's the last weekend in May after the Memorial Weekend. But it will be exciting, and we will only plan for this to grow. This is going to be an amazing, successful event, and it will be a celebration of all things waterfront, all things maritime here in Poulsbo.
That's it. Thank you very much for your time. Certainly appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those. I'll just pass them along to James.
Before I call on Councilwoman Crowe, I just want to give a shout out, having observed and had the opportunity to also be alongside Executive Director Linda Pawson. What an outstanding job you're doing since the moment you arrived. I feel confident I can speak for your board and this council to say, outstanding job, outstanding directorship, outstanding efforts. You really bring a new color to the Poulsbo Historical Society. I'm sure that's exactly what they wanted. And I'm very proud of you, Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Crowe, you had a question you wish to ask.
So how many years has this is a new festival?
It is reimagined.
Reimagined.
So our Liberty Bay Festival was done previously at the waterfront for a couple of years. There were some issues with some insurance changes. We moved it back up to the lawn at the Historical Society at the Heritage Museum. It was not particularly successful there because we're not on the water. So this year, partnering with James and the Port of Poulsbo, we decided we were going to go for broke and came up with a whole new thing. And luckily, the Virginia 5 and I have been working together for the last year to make sure that they could be here. And we are really delighted, and that is why it is this weekend, because they will be on this side of Puget Sound for an entire 2 weeks. So
I'm sorry, that last part regarding the what will be on the side.
The Virginia 5, the mosquito fleet boat.
So there was another tie in there. So will there be a opportunity for some of those boats? Will they come in earlier? But because of, is there an opportunity of crossover with Viking Fest, basically? Will some folks be able to experience those? Because we have folks coming in town for Viking Fest and they might want to enjoy viewing some of those boats. And I know, I can't imagine the coordinated effort that it took to bring, this is, first of all, a stellar partnership. This is so exciting. And I can see this growing, but is there opportunity of a crossover?
Not this year. The reason we are doing this is because the Virginia 5, which was the first and foremost vessel that we wanted, is going to be in Port Orchard for Memorial Day weekend. I believe that they are in Olympia or somewhere the week before that during Viking Fest. So that was not a possibility for this year. Certainly, if it's something that we want to look into with Kathy and her team in the future, we can do that. We are not necessarily wedded to this particular weekend. It happened to be the one that we could get the park and get it on the calendar, and it worked for the Virginia 5. So that was our main criteria. Not at all opposed to looking to expand it to do in conjunction with Viking Fest at some time in the future.
But the Valkyrie will be here for the Viking Fest. She arrives in April. And she usually pulls out sometime in November where they put her away for the winter. But she will be here in April and she will be here for Viking Fest.
Councilman Doug Tabor.
Is this event largely going to occur in the afternoon, the mornings, the evenings, all day, 24/7?
The plan, right? Hopefully not 24/7.
Yeah.
The plan right now is to start Friday afternoon officially.
Okay.
The Virginia 5 will be here at the dock that week previous, and we will do educational programming on the docks. When she goes out for a cruise on Friday afternoon and returns for the parade of boats coming into the dock, will be our official kickoff. We're doing a brief welcoming ceremony. We're still working on some components of what that might look like. Hopefully some great partnerships there as well. And then we will have music that Friday night. Saturday, 10 to 9. We are all day, all go.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, it's going to be wild. And then Sunday, we will start again Sunday morning and probably wrap up about 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Give our vendors a chance to get home before too late that night, those kinds of things.
So I asked because I'm participating in a large mountain bike race called in Port Gamble that has 500 attendees. But the good news is it's all early. Mountain bike races are like morning to, and they end at like 2. So I'll be there telling everybody.
Yeah, bring
Get
them all
to
down. That'd be great.
Poulsbo.
We'd love it.
And,
Thank you.
Yeah, might coincide because they I'll see if I can
And we
connect
have-
the event leader.
We
But
have
maybe mention that
thousands
officially.
of postcards. If you would like to take them and distribute them for us,
Absolutely.
we would love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Rick Eckert.
Yes, I know in previous years at the smaller by the house festival, the Coast Guard's always been represented.
Yes.
Are they going to be involved this year or is
Yes,
that
they will.
excellent?
They will have, as far as I know, a booth down in the waterfront park, as well as have the air snipe, which is actually, I believe, a Navy Coast Guard foundation that supports that vessel now.
Okay, excellent.
Anyone else from council? I would like to call out, if you look on the screen above the city of Poulsbo in the black lettering, thanks to our LTAC sponsors for the audience, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. I'd like to call out the chair, Councilman Gary McVeigh, and his committee, and this council for helping us establish and support this initial inaugural event. Thank you, and please convey that to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, if you would, Mr. Chair. We thank you, Linda. We have one more. Rob, City Administrator Rob Gelder.
Just a point of clarification, because this is probably the first time council has heard about the Liberty Bay Festival, unless you're on LTAC, is because it's still in its permit process. And so this is a sneak peek preview. And so a lot of the details will be shaken out, and then that'll come back to council next in a couple weeks, soon.
We'll go through the official process, I promise.
A little quicker, Jessica, charge it up.
Okay.
Anything else for the good of the order for the Poulsbo Historical Society? Jeff, anything to add from Parks and Recreation or anything?
We're thrilled with the partnership with Poulsbo Historical Society. They work with us with their senior programs. They've been great partners going through the application process. I hope I'm here to come because I can't wait to see all those ships. It's going to be great.
It sounds like the permit is perfunctory. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, James. Congratulations, Shannon. And this looks tremendous. So we're going to move on in the workshop agenda. And now we're going to hear from Lori Cameron, who's going to represent the Poulsbo Rotary Club. I know she's been working extremely hard and dedicated to this peace pole effort, and we'll probably share some of the history so we can put in perspective what a peace pole is. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Mayor Stern and council members. This is just going to be really, really short because I promised Jeff 5 minutes. So an update from the last time that Andre and I were here. We looked at the spots that were suggested, Robb Park and then the small park down on Fjord. And I think those are really great spots for perhaps future polls. But at this point, for the one that we want to create or the one we want to build and plant really is more of a monument, I suppose, that we want to build for peace in the city of Poulsbo. And as Jeff is finding the...
We're having IT issues getting the presentation live right now. The server's acting up a little
Lori,
bit.
this peace pole goes back over 50 years. It came out of Japan.
1955.
And I
yeah.
read that article in the Seattle Times 3 weeks ago, how big a deal these are in the state of Oregon, for one example.
So far, but there's over 250,000 peace poles registered around the world. And we're still, may not be exactly 5 minutes while we're finding this. It's only a couple slides.
And while Lori's talking, this is just the follow-up from the November meeting.
Yes.
And so we have, Lori is presenting on Rotary's behalf. Council had questions on location, and thank you, Rhiannon, questions on location and questions on the agreement. And we have answers for both of that to get some guidance tonight from council and direction. Unfortunately, this is a 4-slide update. And
pull it up from my computer.
And that sounds great. Thank you, Rhiannon.
Did you ever find out if these are tied into the Peace Park in Nagasaki?
I did not. No, and there
Just
again,
curiosity, but
there's different organizations around the world. There's Peace Pole International and a lot of different organizations within Rotary International too. So I don't think that there's a direct connection, but it's not something that one organization owns, I guess. So there's a lot of organizations around the world that promote it and have peace poles, and individuals, companies, organizations, schools, all of that. Oh, yay.
Okay.
Oh,
3
there it
slides
is.
left. So thank you, council. Thank
All
you,
right.
committee members. Lori,
And thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon, for
figuring it out.
troubleshooting. Take it away.
So on the left, this is the aerial view of what the waterfront park looks like now, where it was remodeled. And the yellow star is where Parks originally said, why don't you put it here? And it looks very, very different now. So the photo on the right, the yellow star is where we were thinking of doing it. And to be honest with you, having 4 yellow bollards blocking it feels like it's kind of keeping people away from it. So, oh, thank you. Yes, not very peaceful. Thank you, Councilman Eckert. And I've spent a lot of time wandering around there. And the one on the left, the same aerial view is the other yellow star is the spot that, looking at it and looking at that area, to me feels like it would be accessible. It's under a lamppost, so it would be lighted at all times, well, at night anyway. And our lovely model there on the right, and we had our club graphics guy Photoshop what it might look like. So that's roughly the size we're looking at. It might be a little shorter, it might be a little taller, it kind of depends. But right in that area is, it's contained enough so that if the pole is planted kind of at an angle, then people can see all 4 sides of it from either sidewalk. And we had been talking too, there might be an opportunity maybe to put a couple pavers behind it. But it's not something that people are going to be, running into or um, having to walk around a lot, and they'll still be on the sidewalk. So hopefully not disturbing the mulch area there. It's also prominent. It's right next to the parking lot as well. And with no trees there anymore, it'll really stand out. And so this is what we're looking at and proposing. And
I have a question.
yes,
The drawing, well, I guess it's a illustration of you standing by the peace pole. That the top of that one is pointed,
oh, yeah,
and another picture you have
on the
later
next slide. Yes,
has the
thank you.
top of it is slanted.
Right.
So which is it going to be?
This one, the slanted one.
Good.
The first one was the one that Nick found.
Okay,
And
yeah, I'm glad to hear that. You know, I think you'd have to work pretty hard to impale yourself on this thing, but I felt much better seeing the slanted top rather than the pointed top.
Well, what
From
that's,
a potential liability perspective.
yes, oh, you never know. You never know. And also the slanted being a little bit larger than the pole, one of the intentions too is to at least somewhat mitigate moisture getting down behind the plates. Yes. So this is what we are proposing, and the agreement has been worked on. You want to address that?
Yep, and just to be quick, so new location has been assessed, brought to council for input and guidance. The second part is in your agenda packet is the updated agreement. The updated agreement spells out the maintenance duties. It is a recurring one-year agreement. Rotary Club of Poulsbo would be responsible for the installation and the maintenance. This would not fall onto the city. The agreement would have to be canceled, and our understanding is that that there's no interest in canceling it, and there's a very little amount of maintenance to maintain the pole, but it would be Rotary's responsibility.
Yeah, just a question about the placement. I mean, you kind of addressed it, like maybe stay pavers. I like that location. Pavers are something to guide folks, I think would be useful, because when people tend to want to get pictures, they're gonna wander wherever. So I would hate to find folks up into the new plantings trying to take pictures of the pole.
Right.
And, so I just think a conscious placement with that in mind to keep folks out of the bushes. It's all new, it's new plantings, and we don't want folks trampling on it.
Absolutely.
So,
And thank you.
however we can do that, you're the expert, you'll figure it out, but just keep that in mind, because, those are new trees, they're young bushes. We don't want folks, kids will do it anyway, but,
Thank you, Councilmember Eckert. And just so the council knows, this was vetted, this location, once it came to city staff from Rotary, we brought it to the Poulsbo Pollinator Project task force. They reviewed this. They were on board with this. This also helps folks not cut this corner if there was nothing there, for instance. Anybody else is guilty. I know your parks directors are a little guilty of cutting corners at times for walking through trails. No, that didn't sound good either, through grass. But they're on board with this, and we do have another sign down there that says, please keep away from the new plantings, and it'll grow in really nicely.
And I'm going to call on Gary, but what we want to move to is further study or move it for action to city council. And in that case, do you want it on the consent agenda or the business
Oh,
agenda?
I was going to address that. That was a
Gary,
very nice,
read
that was a
my
very nice segue, Mayor. I support the location. I very much appreciate the due diligence on the contractual agreement and the addition of making it clear that Rotary is responsible for maintaining the pole. And I would be very happy to support moving this to our consent agenda at our next meeting.
And if I could get a hand nod or a thumbs up or down. I think we have consensus to move this to the consent agenda of the city council.
Thank you so much.
Lori,
'Cause
thank you so
as
much
soon
for
as-
all your work.
As soon as we get consent, we will order the plates and we'll get this thing going and get it planted. Thank you for your
Well
time.
done. Good perseverance.
Thank you all. Thanks. All right. And thanks for
Council.
Thanks for finding.
And Jeff's going to stay up top there and lead us through special events review.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, community members. I'll be fairly quick. We're presenting just two events for your awareness. The first event is the Easter egg hunt. This snuck in. We try to get in on the very first Wednesday for council, so their application was finalized right before, right after the cutoff of last month. This is now going to be, I think this is their second or third year now, and this is at Robb Park. This is Saturday, March 28th. It's hosted by two local realtors that really just want to bring joy to kids. We're looking at 100 to 150 kids up at Robb Park. They'll be setting up at 9. Easter egg hunt starts at 10 a.m. and they're torn down by 12:30. There'll be some music over at the pavilion, but they'll be more or less self-contained for setup inside Robb Park's pavilion, and then the Easter eggs will be out on the field.
So if any from council or myself, 10 o'clock would be the actual kickoff event, 9 is preparation.
Yes, and I would get there a little early just in case. I mean, if you're a child, if you have a couple hundred kids who want to hunt for Easter eggs, that's a lot of pressure. So get there a little early is what I would recommend. And they have not had issues with parking in the past either, so we're very happy with that. The second event is Earth Day. So this is our third annual year of running Earth Day. This is a subcommittee of community members who helps organize this with city staff and a variety of community partners. This is on Saturday, April 18th. We are looking, last year we didn't have too big of a crowd because if you recall, the weather was atrociously bad and really windy and wet. But usually we get anywhere from 300 to 500 folks, but we're estimating a little lower of a number based on last year's weather. It is over at Fish Park. Folks are welcome to park over in Nelson Park, and we have updated maps. We'll have signage so folks aren't using private parking because it can be, folks don't know. And then they will walk from Nelson under the bridge where it's safe so they don't have to run across the street into Fish Park, or they can use the crosswalk to go into Fish Park. And so we have plenty of signage out for that. That Saturday, April 18th, that start time is at 10 a.m. and runs to 2 p.m. Really encourage council, if you're around, to go by. The community partners are wonderful. There are a variety of different booths, and it's tremendous to see everybody come together to celebrate what we have here in town. And those are our two events.
No other comment from council. Good work, Jeff. Thank you. And thank your department for their hard work. We're moving on to the Forge 5 Fiber Master Telecom Agreement. And Brooks, you're going to lead us in this? Good.
Good evening, Mayor Stern. Good evening, council members. Tonight we're going to be discussing telecommunication master permits. And while Brooks helps me get set up here, thank you, Brooks. I'd like to start off by just familiarizing members of the council who maybe have never seen a telecommunication master permit before. A master telecommunication permit gives the jurisdiction authority and the ability to manage telecommunication providers who operate within our city. Think of other providers like Lumen, Comcast, CenturyLink. These are all providers for which we've set strict standards through the master telecommunication permit process. Poulsbo Municipal Code requires all operators of a telecommunication network must obtain a master permit through the city. And that's prior to any construction of or maintenance of their facility or fiber network. And this allows applicants to maintain their infrastructure that's already situated in city right-of-way. So we have a couple different permits we're going to talk about tonight. The first one is for a company called Forged Fiber 37. And here you'll see their utility map. The purple and orange you see, it's a little difficult, I apologize. This is part of their underground network that's already existing. And the blue, you'll see there's not much of it right here and here. This is part of their aerial network, so overhead power lines. And I have here, no new overhead poles will be added as part of this permit. We don't allow overhead poles for these. This next map that you see here is for Fatbeam, is the company. The blue right here is their underground network, and then the red is part of their aerial network. And then we also have here no new overhead poles as part of this permit. And Fatbeam did have a permit with us previously that's since expired. It expired last year. Forged Fiber is a new permit. Our city attorney has prepared and reviewed agreements for both of these companies. It's been forwarded to each applicant, and each applicant does agree with the agreements.
Doug Newell.
Yeah, could you go back to the forged fiber utility map, just briefly go on forged fiber? So just to cut a couple questions. So they do not have a master agreement today?
No, Forged Fiber does not have a master agreement with us today.
But they do have already installed.
Yeah, my
footprint.
understanding is they are taking over some existing infrastructure that we already have here.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. If they didn't, if this is needed, but they already had it. So they're taking over somebody else's infrastructure.
That's my understanding, yeah.
And just from a practical standpoint, when I look at the area over there near the east side of our city, that looks like Mountain Air. Would I read that as Mountain Air has in that subdivision has fiber and Xfinity as options in Mountain Air? Is that how should look at this as a provider to a local household?
It's possible, and I think the way I would read this map is there's a lot of fiber installed in that area for that.
Yeah, and it's not up or down, Josh. I'm looking over here. I just curious.
Yeah, they're not a they're not a direct provider. They're like a wholesaler to other companies.
Are they overriding KPUD fiber effectively?
That I'm not sure of. They may be selling to KPUD. I don't know how that's working.
But we think this is physical, this orange, this is physical underground fiber in these areas where it's yellow.
That's correct. Yeah.
It looks yellow to me, sorry. Orange.
Correct.
Huh. Okay.
Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've asked this question before, but I can't remember, to be honest with you. I understand the importance of connectivity. I understand the importance of partnering with some of these telecom companies. But we occasionally get complaints about how many wires are hanging on poles, interrupting people's views. So do we have a limit on how many wires can be hung from the poles?
You know what? I don't believe we do, and that's something that I'm sure PSE may have limits for. One provision we have as part of these permits is we don't allow new overhead poles. Any new infrastructure has to be underground.
And is it PSE that owns the poles? Is that correct?
A majority of the ones in the city are owned by PSE. That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
It was past Representative Sherry Appleton 16, 17 years ago that passed through the legislature the requirement for PSC to take fiber, but it had to comport with their engineering standards for both pole adequacy and then the hanging. But before that, it was very problematic and PSC could refuse. So there's a whole history here stemming from our own state representative.
We probably don't have time to want to get into it tonight, given what's on the agenda. So I'm fine moving this to consent agenda.
Is there any more question from council? If I could see a consensus, we have agreement on consent agenda. I think I see a plurality, majority, if not unanimity. We're going to move this to consent agenda. Thank you. And that brings us to the highlight of the evening, which is going to be the downtown parking discussion, paid parking. That's going to be led by Heather Wright and supported by City Administrator Rob Gelder. Rob, while you're setting up, I think I have our government relations leader for the city of Poulsbo, Brian McGonaghy's permission to share late breaking news. And that is great news. I'm quoting Brian McGonaghy. Great news. Poulsbo's Liberty Bay Waterfront Boardwalk made it into the final capital budget for $258,000. Mayor, please send a thank you to Representative Greg Nance.
That's excellent news. Good evening, Council, Mayor, members of the public. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to ensure Council's commitment to implement paid parking this summer as passed in resolution that was passed almost exactly a year ago in these chambers. As you know, with me tonight is City Administrator Rob Gelter, who's been working closely with myself and our Chief of Police, as well as Kelly Zeman, supporting the transition of this program primarily from planning and engineering with Josh Rains to the police department and also to courts with Amy Knudsen. So we have a full house as well as Mike Lund, who installed our sign. So this project has touched many departments. It's taken a village, and we're happy to be here tonight to find out how we will be moving forward this summer. The reason we're revisiting this is because, as I mentioned a year ago, 6 out of 7 of the council members, as McVeigh reminded us earlier, passed a resolution to launch signage changes, employee parking, and enforcement in our downtown in 2025, and to implement paid parking in the summer of 2026. This resolution came after 2 years of study. We had some members of our council here, as well as our planning commission and business owners present in the same space for 2 years, referring to studies that were done now 20 years ago, as well as 3 studies that have been done since 2023, as well as a community survey that was launched. And that all culminated with the passage of this resolution. So we are now in March, and we want to make sure we're still marching forward in this direction based on a request from our mayor and council. So why have we taken on this endeavor? What is the purpose of this plan that we've implemented? It is because, as we saw earlier from our presentation from the Historic Society, we have 42,000 people coming just from the Historical Society. We have the largest Sons of Norway Lodge in the United States and in the world, with over 800 members. We have, as we had heard from someone in the public earlier, speak about the Senior Center, which is active in our downtown. And according to Visit Kitsap, we had 232,532 trips to our city in 2025. And as Councilmember McVeigh spoke earlier, we are projected to grow by about 5,600 more people in the next 20 years. So we have a lot of people coming into our city. We have a flat capacity of just shy of 1,300 spaces, and I'm going to show the outline of that for anyone watching. 611, it's about a nice 50-50 split between those that are city-owned and those that are privately owned. And with that flat capacity, the vision is to build more capacity over time based on all of these visitors and the civic organizations that we have in our downtown, as well as employees, and also, of course, our local community that wants to come into our downtown and spend day in our waterfront park. So we are doing that by enhancing our signage, developing an employee parking program, enforcing our time limits, which, as we said earlier, hadn't been done in about 15 years. And the idea is to transition into paid parking, which will then build capacity because we can potentially secure a trolley system, or we can secure additional parking spaces, or potentially a garage. All that remains to be seen. So what has happened? I'm only going to capture what's happened since the passage of the resolution. That doesn't contain every meeting or all the steps, but some of the highlights of what our council and our staff accomplished in the last almost 9 months, beginning with the contract with LAS. This was a decision by council to move forward with a third-party enforcement. We, as a council, analyzed what it would take to do it in-house versus out-of-house. There was a recommendation from our consultant to go with a third party. Some of the things a third party could bring to us specifically is they had the sophistication of utilization of the equipment that's necessary to enforce. Our council had a desire, expressed a desire, and it was recommended by our consultant to move forward with the license plate reader as opposed to the old traditional chalk method. Actually, that's been challenged in court, the chalk method, and LAS could bring those materials and expertise. Another thing that LAS brought to the table is it was a 3-in-1 contract, meaning that they provide some customer service and they also provide management piece. Because as you all may recall, this program primarily lived with Josh and I, and as Councilmember Fitzpatrick said, neither of us are experts in parking. We're trying to become more of an expert, but we weren't. And so we knew this was transitioning into the police department, which is also not an expert. And so we thought it would be beneficial to move forward with LAS because they could provide the 3 prongs to the success of this enforcement program.
Can I also just
yes.
add on to that? I think also part of the thought process around that not only was the internal in-house expertise, but it would be the level of staffing that we would actually have to staff up to be able to do it internally. And with a really new program, it's hard, it takes longer to implement if you don't have that already set up internally. And then you're also making a commitment to individuals, to staffers, and really at a fledgling kind of program. I think going with a contractor who had that depth and experience was probably the better way to go.
Thank you. And LAS began their outreach in October in earnest. They did some preliminary work in August. And also in August, this council passed a change to our fee structure for parking citations. Originally, it was $30. Those were increased to $60 per citation, as well as if you, because we were going to have designated employee parking, if anyone parked in that designated, which is only the King Olaf lot, which is those 42 spaces, if anyone were to park there illegally, it was a $250 fine, as well as if you're parking in other areas such as a loading zone. So those changes were adopted by our council in August. Mike Lund and his team went out on the streets and improved our signage by demarking the hour changes. We already had signage. We already had hour limitations, but those were changed based on recommendations from our consultant, and those signs were installed before enforcement began. So this is just the order that council requested, as well as the creation of employee parking, which was a very important piece of this program, which I'm going to go into more detail in just a moment. Our enforcement began in November. Courteously warning notice, that didn't spell right, but we just had courteous warnings in the beginning. The intent was to begin issuing tickets within citations within 15 days. And for various reasons, that actually didn't start till January 15th. So there was quite a bit of grace period to give people plenty of time to adjust. There were warnings that issued in that time period. And we launched all this program in November, as I mentioned. And we have further refined our signs, and we have also created a designated parking fund. So when the passage of the resolution, council's intent to create a separate fund was established, and in the passing of our budget, we have a specific fund, and I'm going to speak more to that later on in our slide presentation.
Real quick before you move past this, just touch on what you and Rob just mentioned real quick for folks that are watching, because everybody kind of left. I've heard that why didn't you keep it local? Why didn't you hire somebody local? Mentioned more than once. As Rob mentioned, this is a fledgling program. If we decided 9 months in or 12 months in that we were going to stop it, that meant firing staff. If we hired and did it locally. By doing it this way, it means ending a contract. So just for the folks that have asked that question, if we took it in and these were city employees, then yes, we have obligations to employees with this program. And sometimes that creates an inertia to keep a program in place that maybe isn't working. So by having it by contract, we get all the benefits of the professionals, but we also don't have this obligation to a city employee to keep something going or in a way that's not working, because we can end a contract and not let one of our own go. So just, I want to make that point.
I want to piggyback on that if I could for a minute. That was Member Eckerd's comments. That was one of the key reasons why I supported signing the contract with Laz. And similarly, if you have an employee and they get hurt, where are you? Particularly if it's one person. And I just know, this parking enforcement certainly is not as dangerous as being one of our Poulsbo police officers, but it's not unusual for us to have a police officer out on medical leave because they've been injured. And in this case, if somebody would get hurt, even simple as tripping over a curb, or if they get into some sort of parking rage incident with someone, giving them a ticket, I just felt much better about having a contractor for those reasons.
It's also just planning for sick leave or vacation time for an individual, so you can't just have one individual do it.
Thank you, Council, for those comments. And just again to orient of those that tune in this evening or tomorrow, the parking area that we were talking about begins on the southern end along Hostmark, extends along our waterfront parkway up into Legion Park, which we just spoke about earlier, as well as the waterfront parkway, and terminates along our Sunset Street and 3rd Avenue. So this is the parking inventory we're speaking of when we speak of the 1,200 spaces and the 50-50 split. And there are within the system now 249 spaces within the system, are 154, but there's a total of 249, and I'll break those down for you in a moment. And then of our total spaces, 499 of those are timed. So these are some new figures just for those that are curious. I thought this was helpful for tonight's discussion, especially if we do make changes at some point to the system as to how many spaces we provide with the hour limitations. So our highest number of time spaces is 3 hours. That's 65% of our 499. That does not include the City Hall garage spaces, which do revert to 3 hours when city employees are not parking there, as well as a limited number of spaces in City Hall. The smallest amount of time spaces we have at 5% is the 1 hour spaces, primarily along Jensen. The next highest up is the 4 hour spaces at 12%. And just beneath that is the untimed spaces. There's 53 of those, and those are primarily along Sunset and 3rd. I'm going to show a zoomed in picture because we get a lot of questions from people about how they can accommodate people that want to stay longer than 4 hours. And there are options for people that want to stay longer than 4 hours. This does not include Gateway. It also does not include Park and Rec. Those are right now open for employee parking, but people could choose to park at Gateway and potentially bus down. That's allowed through the Gateway contract that they have with Kitsap Transit. So I just wanted to share this breakdown of our spaces within our system. And again, for those who aren't familiar, just right out here in front of City Hall are between Moe and Iverson are the unrestricted spaces, not in front of City Hall, but across the street from City Hall. And then these are the spaces along Sunset that are, and I did count those on both sides of the road because there is capacity on both sides of the road for parking. And again, that totals 53 spaces. And then in terms of employee parking, I feel this is an area that there's been quite a bit of success that the council can celebrate, because as we all recall, there was no designated employee parking spaces before these changes were made in March of last year. And study after study recommended and showed that we had an issue with our employees parking downtown. And I can't blame them. We all like to park close to where we work, and we have a lot of businesses right in our waterfront Anderson Parkway. But we have created capacity within the system. We now have over right at 250 total downtown employee spaces. 25% of our own city's inventory is going towards that 249. And then our Parks and Rec has donated a portion of their spaces in their lower lot. We have formed agreements with property owner adjacent to the post office at the gravel lot for 10 spaces, as well as Gateway Transit has offered up 75 spaces. And even tonight, our city administrator had reached out yet again to one more potential partner that's been on the fence for some period of time for hopefully an additional 14 spaces. So we're continuing to build what we have right now and add to this inventory. And I'm going to explain in a moment why that.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just
No
want to
worries.
give Heather a lot of credit for this, right? Because this capacity for the employee parking, which is integral to the success of any parking program, she was beating the bushes and making a lot of these agreements along with engineering, et cetera. So that is extremely key and integral. But two things, we need more. As much as we can continue to beat the bushes. And two, we've been very fortunate because of her ability to work with these folks to be able to currently have them at no cost. And that could change down the road. So.
Good question. Is King Olaf employee only, the overflow?
That's correct. The overflow is the only employee only lot. And I appreciate you asking that. And I want to point out just for those that come back and watch this in the future. So any area in red is where employees can park. It's designated with the letter E. And again, the City Hall garage is after, portions of its limited portions of it, as well as the City Hall employees, because it was built for City Hall employees. As well as the 4-hour outer Jensen lot. I have asked repeatedly from our LAS consultant or contractor, excuse me, what are they experiencing in terms of how full are these spaces that are shared with anyone that wants to come downtown? And what they are seeing is that they are not being filled up during the week, that there seems and appears to be employee parking available. Yes.
I can shed just a little bit of insight. As you all know, my office is downtown and I'm not there, like every day, but I do have a regular floor shift that I work typically on Wednesdays. And so my schedule has been for the last many months to go into the office about 12:30. So, midday, which can be kind of peak parking struggles. And I always check the King Olaf overflow first. And I've only one time not found parking there. And I happened to actually come back out and get a spot on Mo, which was even closer, which is really odd. But every time I have been fortunate enough to find a spot in the King Olaf designated.
That's fantastic.
Lot. So that's just once, that's once a week. It's not like representative maybe of everybody's experience, but that's been mine.
Britt, can you say again what time it is you're looking?
Yeah, about noon to 12:30. Yeah.
But Heather, I assume this comment from Laz is generic across all of the parking. So like some of these spots, like probably Third Avenue, are maxing at capacity. Whereas I'm guessing Parks and Rec is probably not.
Correct. So, and Laz is actually not patrolling in the Parks and Rec lot, so they don't have that data for us. So it is within the hatched area that they are observing the availability of spaces within the system.
Quick about registration. I know we're in early days, so this probably hasn't really come up yet, but do we have a theory on how we're going to handle ex-employees? Because I think in the summer, when this becomes much more significant, I know a lot of our downtown businesses they surge employees who then a couple months later leave employment. So how are we going to handle getting them back out of the system? So we have an accurate picture.
I would like to share a few things. One of which is we have not increased necessarily the amount of employees that we've had in our downtown based on these changes. I just like to remind everyone of that. So we've always had a certain amount of employees and a limited amount of parking spaces. That's always existed. We've only opened up employee capacity through agreements with other parties that are within a 10-minute walk of our downtown at the furthest distance. And we are using adaptive management to see if this is enough. We were told from LAS that typically it's a quarter of employees. You have a quarter of the total in your system. You have a quarter of spaces to accommodate them. That's not an uncommon benchmark, which is right where we're at. In terms of ensuring that people that are registered employees are still employees, I'm not exactly sure how that's being administered, but it is being administered. And again, this could be something that we have to adjust in the future if we are finding out that we don't have enough employee spaces. There are some opportunities to potentially designate some more if that need be.
Yeah, listen, I'm just thinking of the summer season when restaurants, some of them surge, we'll get a bunch more employees in it. We want to make sure they come back out, because if we are using this, like you said, a quarter, like we don't want to think the problem has suddenly ballooned up because we have metrics when those employees are seasonal.
And
Well, and
the
it's
onus is on the employers.
Sure. And it's not just, I mean, there's all the potential for people to abuse having a pass and not having to abide by parking limitations. So I have thoughts on that, but I think you have a lot of questions for us, so I'll hold that.
I'm going to make one comment here if I could. To Doug's earlier point, adding parking capacity is part of our goal here, part of the outcome we want, but we also need to be mindful of doing what we can to educating those people who can to get out of their cars and use non-motorized options to get in and out of downtown. I would say that's the same case with employees. As we continue to refine this, we need to work with employers and business owners, property owners, to see if we can't encourage more employees in the nice weather, those who are able to use non-motorized methods to come back and forth to downtown and not use the automobile as their first choice all the time. I think that's important.
Or the bus.
And I'd like to say in my defense, because I have been driving down here and you all know, if you've been here long enough, I used to ride a bike to every single council meeting. I changed my floor schedule at work so that I could better have the opportunity to use non-motorized. So I'm working towards it.
Fantastic. Thank you. And this leads me to something that Mallory from the Walker Study mentioned in one of her meetings and also included in her first report. She said that the city of Poulsbo was one of the most, if not the most walkable city that she's been in. Poulsbo was described as friendly for walkers. It was had narrow 2-lane and low speed with striped pedestrian crossings. Our speed limit's 20 to 25. We don't have any designated bike lane, but she did observe bikers and that it's a relatively bike-friendly and safe space. And this graphic here demonstrates the Star being the heart of our downtown, where the majority of our businesses are located. And these green areas here depict the minute walk from this Star. So this inner core is 2.5 minutes. Then moving out close to Sunset, but not quite yet to Sunset, is a 5-minute walk going up to 3rd Avenue. And then our 10-minute walk shed here does include our Parks and Rec building, as well as the Gateway Church. So I just wanted to point out to everyone, change is hard, but we are fortunate to live in a space where we can make some changes to our habits and still not be, hopefully, too restricted by these changes. It just means we may need to budget a little bit more time. I do myself for coming into work. I try to budget a little bit more time for the walk to accommodate some of these changes. So I thought this was a really helpful graphic to orient ourselves. And then that if we are quite bikeable, as some of us do bike and continue to bike, this is our bike shed, which all of our parking is within 2.5 minute bike for those who choose to bike. So just wanted to remind us of how fortunate we are to live in a city that can accommodate walkability and bikeability. Yes.
And more point of order. It's not Not me, though. What's posted on the web is not the same slide deck as what we're going through.
Oh, I apologize. I did make a couple changes
Because
based
I
on
keep going back and forth in the order, look, going,
I'm really sorry about that. Thank you for asking. It is an appropriate point of
So-
order. Just more things
if I
to
could,
make.
if we could ask that
Yes,
what we get uploaded to the website because people are going to listen.
100%.
just-
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
for confirming I'm not crazy.
you're not at all. Not one bit. Yes. So again, I want to just take a moment to
He is old. He is old. Says the man who invited us to this.
No.
Continue.
No worries. No worries. It's good to have a laugh break. I'm all for it. I did want to just give a shout out to our chief of police and Kelly, as well as Laz and our city administrator. Since the launching of parking changes, we've held a monthly open house for the community. We did send out postcards to every single property owner, as well as there have been flyers. We've coordinated with HCPA. We're trying to get as many people here as we can to tell us what their experience is. And this actually came from a conference I attended in the fall with a bunch of parking experts from both Leavenworth and Missoula, Montana. I was like, what do we do to make this successful? And they said, make sure people can access you and give you feedback. And it's been really a great process. We've learned a lot through these morning conversations. And as you all know, we did add a night meeting to the mix, and we saw some new faces. So I'd say every meeting we've had about 20 people on average, and some repeat people are attending these meetings. And we're going to keep doing it until we don't see a need for it. And definitely if we transition into paid parking, because there'll be a lot more comments to share, I'm sure. But one thing that I did want to make sure is you heard what we heard, and this doesn't capture everything. And please, Chief, City Administrator, if there's anything I missed, I've run it past everyone, so I hope to capture it all, but I'm going to just read through them because there was a request from people. How does this get to council? And we were fortunate to have many council members in attendance at those meetings, so thank you all for coming. So there was a sentiment that employees are being punished because they can't park where they used to park, and they are being asked to park out further. That customers do have closer options than they had before, and we can all see that when we go to Anderson Parkway. It's a very different feel now than we had before, when our employees could park in that parkway at any time. And the question that we just discussed with as a council is, do we have enough employee parking? And that's also been a question from those attending this meeting. No one has told me they haven't been able to find a place to park. There was in the beginning when we only had what they thought was the 42 spaces at the King Olaf lot. There was a perception that there wasn't enough employee parking. Since we've done more outreach and made some changes, I haven't heard anyone say that as an employee, they haven't been able to find a place to park. Seniors, as we heard from them earlier, they're concerned that they won't be coming here because it's difficult to park their cars without and to move their cars because they have these time limitations. They can't stay as long as they would like. There's, of course, the fear that people won't come to downtown anymore. And there's been a lot of question, as another gentleman spoke to earlier, is what are we spending that revenue on? How are we paying for enforcement? Where is that funding coming from? Will we create more parking through this process? Will we consider other options beyond just more parking? Will we include, a shuttle? Has been mentioned. Is there an extended stay option? Can I pay for an extended stay option? I know Amy has seen people mention that in some of their citation records. People have asked for ability to stay longer. Contractors and vendors, they don't have parking options, even though City Administrator Gelder's been working with Laz to accommodate some of those requests. Reparking zones are not clear, and we're going to hopefully address that this evening. And then there's just some confusion, of what's happening. We had someone at our last meeting say, how are you marketing this? And not to defend that, it's really hard to market all these changes, and how do you get all this information away in a way to someone that's easily digestible when you're talking about hour limitations, employee parking, and zones, and there's so much information. It's really hard to encapsulate, even though I think we've tried really hard. And then how much are we spending on enforcement? And then I just want to share with you what's happened since then. Our Public Works went back out to all of our signs and put the letter E on those where the employees can park. So it was much more clear based on those meetings. We have installed the hours of enforcement from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. There are no days of the week because it's every day of the week. Our web pages have been updated. We now have the police has 2 pages, which we already implemented, but we're constantly updating, one for employees that's specific and the other for just downtown parking. The newsletters have, and the mayor's newsletter and the planning department's newsletter has been reaching those audiences to ensure everyone's up to date. And our son has done a really great job of capturing these stories as well. And then there was some clarification around a few spaces at King Olaf lot that have been remedied. We added a monthly meeting to the mix, and City Administrator Gelder moved forward with your all's approval on an event parking option, which has been a nice way to accommodate the many festivals and special events that we have in our downtown, where you can stay for the day and play for $10. All right, so let's see how much all this has cost. This slide did also get updated with the February totals. I believe the citation and special event was included. So the blue line are the enforcement costs for each month. And I average these together. I think it's right about $25,000 a month is about what our enforcement. I did not include August because it's an outlier. You'll see the peak was in November when the system was first launched, and we were also working through some of the details in preparation for the special event. So it took a lot of coordination with our police department, and I know they've been working closely with courts to get the citation systems to speak to each other. So there's been expenses associated, and working with finance. Debbie, how did I fail to mention? Debbie has been supporting the system because the invoices, there's quite a bit of complexity in how these invoices are received because of the many duties and responsibilities that LAS is taking on for the enforcement program. So all I say, these are the expenses by month. And then this is the revenue that we've received for our special events for December, January, and February.
Does not pay the bill.
It does not pay the bill is right. And you'll also see that there is some revenue from citations. And I mention this because when Walker spoke to us about enforcement and gave us options for enforcement, there was a anticipated amount of revenue we'd receive from citations, and it was at 8,000. I just revisited, just like Fitzpatrick, got to visit all the conversations over the last few years. I revisited those as well to refresh myself. And so that was the predicted revenue. I would say that we've only had one full month of tickets, and it was a short month. So still more to come as we proceed with the enforcement system. Yes.
So the fluctuation for December, January, and February, that's not fluctuating in the cost of enforcement. That's the fluctuation in management and overhead for the behind the scenes administrative parts of this.
It's both. It encaptures that's what we're paying LAS is the blue.
Right.
And so LAS has been doing all of the things.
I'm saying, like, I can imagine somebody on the street imagining that enforcement is consistently costing the same because they've just got a set schedule. So I'm assuming the fluctuations are because it's the administrative side that's causing this.
Correct. So for each special event, there's different things they do behind the scenes they had to launch that program, enable that program. And then every time we have an event, we have to do special things to enable it. This also includes the meetings that we've held at City Hall. We've had LAS representation at those meetings, and those started in November. So it fluctuates based also, I know police has had ongoing as well as finance. All of those meetings that we've had with them have some costs associated. Yes.
And that's just the LAS side. We're not graphing the cost to city staff.
That's absolutely
It's
correct.
just a reminder.
That's correct.
Yeah, so thank you. Yes, it is a very good point. And thank you for including this because that's another thing. I know you heard it at the night meeting and we've heard it plenty is this is just a revenue generator. That's the only reason we're enforcing. Even my history degree, I can figure out that this is not generating any revenue. So anybody watching, I do. Yeah, this is very upside down if you think if we were trying to generate revenue. This is costing us a lot of money to do what we were asked to do by the businesses.
Additionally, it's punitive money. It's punishment. So I don't know. It feels different to me.
The event revenue isn't punitive, right? That is been giving people choice if they're coming and wanting to stay longer. But that is less than the citation.
Here I'm going to, I don't think Michael Fitzpatrick has heard this, but some of you have. I am going to remind us that at one of our downtown parking committee meetings, Mike Brown, one of the principals of Sound West Group, who is, that company is the largest property owner in downtown Poulsbo. Mike leaned back when we were talking about whether to go to paid parking, whether to do enforcement, and he said, it strikes me that there's two ways to enforce time limits on parking. One is to write people tickets, and that would, I think, really irk them and not be very customer friendly. The other is to charge a nominal fee for paid parking and allow people with the touch of their telephone to extend their time period if they need to, if they want to, stay downtown longer and not get a punitive ticket. Which one of those do we think is more customer friendly? And Mike answered his own question by saying he thought the paid parking model was more customer friendly. I have come back to that comment more than once during this entire long conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember McVeigh. And obviously, we don't have that shown in this pie chart or graphic because we don't have any paid parking. And these are the citations, just to give you a snapshot. The lion's share, and this is from Amy. Thank you for providing this breakdown. And this is a new slide because we were building these stats for you all. So the overtime parking is where the lion's share of our citations, and then the repark is second highest citation that we're receiving. And as we stated earlier, if you do park in the employee only and the King Olaf lot, that's where these citations came from.
What's improper parking?
I can't answer that question.
I was thinking maybe like loading zones, bus stops, something like that, maybe.
I remind us to use our mics. We're broadcasting live for the record.
And I want to also just point out, because it may not be clear, so the January totals are just from the 15th to the 31st. So we only have a full short month of citation totals.
No.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to move to paid parking, the reason we're here tonight. So thank you. I just wanted to ground us in those changes, especially for those watching, because I feel like we can't speak enough about the changes that have been made so that people are informed. So paid parking was recommended by Walker most specifically. It was also recommended by the first two studies by Walker. There was an acknowledgement that there was more details sussed out, especially with some of council's thinking by our second contract with Walker. And in November of the year before last, the analysis centered around the places that were identified as ideal locations to move forward with paid parking. And those were our front row seats, as Councilmember McVeigh dubbed, which is our Anderson Parkway, and our Front Street, which is here in purple, and then Jensen up into Iverson? Yes, till Iverson. There was discussions around Mo, but the lion's share of support seemed to be around these three places, which equate to 44% of our total city-owned parking inventory, or I believe 259 spaces. 274, excuse me. Yes, Pam?
Where is the area that the citations seem to be occurring most?
I actually
Or
don't
do you-
have that data.
Okay.
Anderson Parkway. Thank you. Great question. So at the, yes,
Just for clarity, if you overpark in a paid parking model, you still get a ticket, right?
there would be in the spaces where there's time limits still, but if you,
So
there
if I'm
is no time.
Back to Anderson Parkway, if I pay for parking for 2 hours and I stay over that time,
Correct. If you don't pay for the time, you would get a citation. Correct.
just wanted, for the record, it's
Yes,
paid parking doesn't make citations go away.
that's correct.
If you overpark, just like any of those reasons, you're parked in the wrong area, you're in a loading zone, you can still get a ticket.
Yes, and to be clear, over park in a paid parking system would be parking beyond what you've paid for. The intent would not be to, at least we haven't discussed, limiting the maximum you can pay for is 3 hours because that's what
No,
Anderson is. I just wanted to clarify that.
But just for clarity, I mean, it's
Absolutely, yes. And then this is just based on the resolution and some of what was discussed. There seemed to be support around $2 an hour, sticking with our current hours of enforcement from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Some would say that was to provide a level of a grace period before 10 and after 6. And the revenue projections we had based on that of 6 days would be 900,000. These were the numbers that we visited last year, up to $1 million if there was 7 days a week versus the 6 days a week. And this would ultimately be used to cover the enforcement costs, which were projected to be about 410,000 a year, including some of the staffing costs. And then at the end of this would leave the council the ability to create additional capacity because there would be a source of revenue. So I'm going to speak to that because I know this has come up. So I did want to just speak to the resolution that identified what the funds would be used on. This has been captured in this resolution. There has been a special fund created for this, and it would be specifically to cover the program, create an employee parking program, which right now we're not paying for, but we may need to pay for based on some of these agreements. And there would be opportunity to increase public safety in our downtown and create more capacity by researching, designing, and building solutions potentially. So that is to be determined by council, but a specific fund is created for those purposes. Okay, so council, tonight you're being asked if you want to continue to support paid parking being implemented this summer. If you do, we have a whole series of questions. We don't have to decide on all of these. I know it's late, but we're going to see how far we can get tonight. And then if we choose not to, we also have a series of questions. So we're going to start with the question of, do we launch paid parking this summer?
So council, Brett, then followed by Doug Tabor, followed by Michael Fitzgerald.
Patrick.
Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You got
I think no one is surprised that my answer to the first question is yes. I believe paid parking should be implemented this summer as council voted to last March. More specifically, and I mean, I realize this is going to sound pretty aggressive, but I would like to see something by early June. By June 1st. Yeah. Wow, we're on the same wavelength. I have a lot of notes. I'm not going to necessarily go through all of them, maybe just as things come up, but I went through this and tried to answer for myself each of these questions. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you so much for putting this together and presenting and reaching out to the public, getting feedback, combining it. It's interesting to see that a lot of it is kind of similar to what we've heard in council, so that's good. No kind of like nothing out of, coming out of nowhere, no surprises. I'm supportive of implementing paid parking, and I personally really like the idea of I'm looking at just the numbers like 300K for LAS expenses, probably closer to 400 when we consider a normal city administration as well. But that's right to be determined. So, and we can, nothing's written in stone. We can implement and then ramp up and down, but I'm really conscientious to what is easiest for implementing for the city, and then being at a middle ground, ramping up or down, depending on what information we get back. And the key thing I'm really interested in is starting with Thursday through Sunday enforcement days. I think that would cover the revenue for the 300, 400K and probably more, looking at those initial numbers, and then basically sticking with everything that was a part of the Walker study and implementation plan that was presented earlier, than, you know, the 9 to 6, the same amount of spaces. That to me all looks good because it's all kind of a part of what we've made an assessment around so far.
Who's going next? Michael.
What's my last name? Kilpatrick. So one, I want to say I appreciate your comments, Doug. There's a lot of nuance to implementation that I think has not been communicated out to the public. And the way you just presented that, Doug, is really helpful. And I hope anybody listening to this thinks about what the parking program would look like as you just articulated it. But I think we should be clear that, you know, there's one question that I think has been hovering over this meeting, which is whether to continue with paid parking or hold off. And then there's another question of whether or not to implement this summer. And those are separate questions. So there's a timing question, and then there's a resistance question. And I just think we should get clear on where we want to be with the respect to those two questions, because I'm somebody that I don't really care whether we wait or not, but I want to know what the benefit is of waiting or not waiting. And I don't really feel like either of the camps, if you will, have really made that clear. But I will tell you, the one thing that I am looking for is a metric. I don't care whether it's enforcement. I don't care whether it's paid parking. I want to know what is the goal and how do we measure whether or not we're achieving the goal in 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years. The one problem I had with the Walker study is at no point were there a clear metric that we as a city can implement here. And so I would like to hear from my colleagues of how we think we're going to be measuring whatever we do, whenever we do it.
Rick.
Yeah. I'm not sure I have an answer to the last question. But as far as do we implement, yeah, I'm still a yes. Do we implement this year? I'm still a yes. The reason that I would say why we do it this year, and not delay through this tour season, delay through next tour season, there's a couple. Cost is a huge one. We're putting out 300 to 350,000 right now to enforce this, which is coming straight out of the general fund with, as perfectly illustrated, very, very little coming back in from the enforcement to counter. I mean, almost nominal. If we delay 1 year, now we're up to 700,000. 2 years, we're over $1 million that we are enforcing with no revenue coming in to support that. That was never the intent of what we voted on. So I would very much not want to do that, because that's money coming out of other programs. I mean, when we adopted our budget for the next year, we went slightly below policy on the reserve. And that did not include the intent to take out another 350,000 to enforce parking. So we'd be going deeper into under our own council policy of what we have in reserves. The other thing that I think is illustrated, if you kind of take a step back look at a lot of the concern about the enforcement, and we heard some of it at the night meeting of couldn't you just fill in the blank, is uncertainty. Had we done this all in one shot, like with the original resolution was, you know, almost 50-50, but 40-60, I think we could have got through the uncertainty quicker because we would have done it all at once. I think by doing this in stages, we have drawn out the process. we have slowly pulled that Band-Aid off, and it's made it that much harder for the community to adjust to and understand what we're doing and figure out, okay, hey, this wasn't quite right. We need to adjust to come up with a event pass or different signage. We're making this longer, which is making it more confusing, which is making it more painful, which is making it just give other people the opportunity to fill the space with what they think is happening rather than what is happening. So to me, another delay is just that much longer to let somebody else tell the story rather than us direct the story. And so I would be really hesitant to delay for those two big reasons. Doug, you mentioned, kind of the enforcement. I know a lot of folks have asked us for like a locals grace, or an hour or a day. I could see a day. I'm not sure about the hour. I think that would be a last question on how do we enforce that. But as soon as we get into that, now we immediately get to the question of who's a local. You got to be in city limits. How do we know? Is it the zip code? No matter where we draw the line, and if you're a Poulsbo local and you get a grace, somebody's on the other side of that line and they're not going to be happy. So whatever we do to say there's a grace and locals, someone's not going to be in that, the in crowd, someone's going to be on the outside and they're not going to be happy. So however we do that, we have to recognize it's only going to make, you kind of highlighted it in council comments, there's always going to be somebody not happy with what we do. So I think we don't need to do that with the idea towards making a particular group happy, because we've had a lot of groups come to us say, well, just give us an exemption. I think we need to do it from what's the best way to enforce, what's going to cover our costs, what's good for the businesses, like a day or whatever. But I think as soon as we start picking groups, we're picking winners and losers, and it's not going to turn out well. So that's my 2 cents.
Doug Newell, followed by Gary McVeigh.
So, thank you, Heather. I know this wasn't in your job description when you applied to start at the city of Poulsbo. Maybe it's a good thing because you might not have been here. And we're all glad that you are here.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So a whole lot of thoughts going around here, and I think it's healthy. I think this shows that we're having a healthy discussion about what's right for our city. I think it's productive to have these kind of conversations, to try to get it as close to what we think is right for our community, which is to be a welcoming community where people can come, visit, live, play, enjoy. I don't think we would have had it right last summer if we just went straight in. You described a lot of things that we've learned, simple things like modifying our signage, figuring out employee parking because we might not have had it right the first time. So I applaud you and the entire city staff for working through some of these bumps to get us better. I think the employee parking is a huge win for what we're at. And so, many of you heard it. I know some people push back on me on this, but I have always tried to focus on outcomes. And in that standpoint, what does success look like? What is it that we go, we went through all this effort. How is it better? I think the interim benefit right now, we are in the winter months. It isn't that busy. While it has been a mild winter, we're not in the summer months yet, is the fact that anecdotally, and I think reality, I can't count it, Anderson Parkway is better now than it was a year ago. And I would attribute majority of that is getting the employees out of there and encourage them and say, hey, this is reality. We need to save this for visitors. At the heart of how I view life, it is in data. You heard me before, and I know some of you have gotten frustrated with me, but I looked at the Walker study and I said, what problem are we solving? Because the Walker study, the data that they pulled up, the average duration stay was anywhere from 86 to 92 minutes. If you looked at the over 3 hours in the data, they were capturing between 9 and 12% of the people were staying over 3 hours. This is before we did anything. And so, the idea of increasing parking turnover, which was one of our stated goals, didn't resonate with me because I thought we were doing a pretty good job. They showed heat maps where they showed 80-90% of the people were parking within the limits and we were getting turnover. And so getting to 95%, I wasn't certain that that was worth all of the effort we've gone through. And so now we're here. And where do we go forward? I still believe that on a day like today, when I really don't want to get out of my car to begin with, because it's blowing sideways, it's a true Northwest day, that implementing paid parking when the parking lot's probably half full at best is going to decrease demand. So Rick, I am burdened with a business degree and a whole lot of economics courses, but typically when you raise prices, demand goes down. It's just could be wrong, but that's what all my courses taught me. And so if we raise prices, we need to be prepared on a day like today that demand's going to go down. Still concerned about that. Don't know how to mitigate that. I do believe that on our busiest days in the summer, is I think many of us probably believe, it doesn't matter what we charge. Those parking lots are going to be full. They're going to be full when we have stuff. And so it's that, how do we get to how do we capture the goodness that we've gotten to so far? And how do we improve it to make it easier? I think there's two ways to chew at this. One is on the cost to manage the program. Understand that there is some startup expertise that we got through Laz Parking, and there's some goodness in that standpoint. Many cities use employees. Employees aren't all permanent. Not every city of Poulsbo employee is a permanent employee. We have term and temporary employees. I think at some point we need to think about that. If somebody's out sick for a day, I don't think that it's going to get out on social media, hey, this is a free parking day because there's nobody down there doing that. We become accustomed to what's going on. I think as we've talked before, City of Port Orchard, Bainbridge Island, Edmonds, and others use city employees. My sense is that they're in the 100 and 150,000. Why is that important? Because even if we implement paid parking, lowering our cost to administer this thing is in our best interest, because that means there's more money to reinvest in downtown. Conversely, I can't make a case go, you know what, 300,000 is good. How about we spend 600,000? You don't go the other way. You go, hey, how do we get better over time? And so in that standpoint, and thank you, Jeff and some others, and Rob for doing some work within Placer AI. When I look at the average dwell times, Placer AI is the tool we got briefed before. If I look at a year ago, the average dwell time downtown was about 90 minutes. Very consistent with what Walker stated. When I look at the month of February, it's still 90 minutes. And so we are seeing people, I think, in general, downtown are staying within the 3 hours they were before, they are still today. So how do we capture the goodness of the employee parking program? And how do we minimize the impact to our businesses downtown by decreasing demand, potentially decreasing demand? I think the next step would be to, if we do implement paid parking, it would be with a 2-hour grace period. And so that we sit there with a grace period, it allows us to go forward. The other piece, back to Gary, thank you for listening to me at my opening comments. I still absolutely believe we're not going to be able to build parking structures to get us out of the challenges we have. That to me feels like going backwards instead of forwards. I truly believe that buses in our town need to be, public transportation needs to be free. I know that Josh in his transportation implementation plan has all kinds of improvement projects on this side of 305 to improve our sidewalks. The biggest one in my mind is coming down from Gateway Church. That sidewalk gets a tremendous amount of, probably more business than any other one we have, and it's a trip hazard, it's narrow. So there are things collectively we can invest in. I'm not just saying that. to go forward. And so it's how do we take a step forward, be mindful of not be a negative impact our community, but giving us the ability to go forward and make improvements. And so I'm not a yes, go June 1, unless we have a grace period. Thank you.
Gary's next.
The postmark from 305 to Front Street is identified on the complete street plan as a project. Just so you know.
As I mentioned, Rick, there are lots of projects all over downtown to improve our sidewalks, to include that one.
There's just no funding for it.
I am a yes to continuing on with the parking program council approved previously. So by my count, that gives us the majority of members who want to continue moving forward with paid parking. I would like to start it by June 1st. I think that's doable. And to the earlier points, we need to start having some revenue coming in to cover the enforcement costs. I'm right now a 7 days a week enforcement, but I might be open to 1 day of the week. Call it a locals day on Tuesday or Wednesday would be my suggestion. I know Mr. Tabor suggested Thursday through Sunday. I'm hesitant to do that, given the Walker statistics and modeling. If we can't capture some additional revenue to invest in increasing parking capacity, increasing education around non-motorized, getting people to take buses, starting a shuttle service, if we don't have enough money coming out of the program to make those improvements and improving our capacity and transportation in and out of downtown, this isn't worth doing. And so I'm concerned about just the Thursday through Sunday. I might be open to that if we've had the revenue is higher than projected. But I really think that we should start with the program that we approved. It was based in solid facts from, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars on parking consultants. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars in staff time on this. It's time to move forward. I don't think we're going to learn that much more in another year or two. Mr. Stern talked about, didn't want to rush into it. Man, we've been at this for 20 plus years. We're not rushing into anything as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, however many years it is. You know, I don't know if we're giving staff enough direction here because we're a little bit undecided on maybe the days of the week and so forth. But I think what they should hear is we do want to move forward with paid parking. Majority of us continue. That is what we've approved. So I see no need for further council action on that matter. I guess I would suggest we direct staff to implement the program that we've voted for and approved, and come back to with some recommendations on some of these periods of grace periods, et cetera. Let me just finish, I'm sorry, with I'm not a big fan of grace periods, and neither was Walker, because of consistency. If you give people a 2-hour grace period, chances are they're going to park here for 2 hours and then they're going to move their car over here for 2 hours to take advantage of another grace period. So that's a concern to me. I just think consistency is key, is what they preach to us. And I think that the grace period moves away from that. I think it'd be simpler if you're really concerned about local access, have 1 day of the week be for locals and turn it off for a day.
Councilwoman Crow's been waiting.
If there is a June 1st implementation, it would be great to see if there were some mechanisms put in place for those who do not use technology to pay for parking. There's been voices that have, expressed to me directly that concern. Yes, I know we are in a world of technology that not everyone leans into it. So, there's a lot of concern with that. So I'm concerned with the June 1st implementation without having some clarity or decision on a grace period. I admit that I was I felt that if we slowly implemented this, if it was a staged approach, that it would be opportunity for folks to learn what is expected, the newness of it, I do agree. It is pretty much confused people. With that said, in implementing paid parking as soon as this summer, I don't think there should be, and the employees should have to pay. Already, they are going to be parking elsewhere. It sounds like it's becoming a learned behavior, which is great. But how can we support the core of downtown that brings economy in and not impact the businesses and the employees working? And I don't know if that's a good recommendation. But also at the same time, regarding the signage, sounds like, it is being reviewed. So the concerns of the events and groups, how do they know how to if there is an implementation or something in place that will support events or groups to be able to get a waiver regarding a certain amount of parking places? Would that be folded in the application process, or so that they are aware of that? So that's a question I ask, is how would that be implemented? If this kicked off June 1st, how would the group's events know, how to address that? I have other thoughts, but I'll pause a moment. There's been great, ideas and conversations. And also, Michael, I am very much impressed with how you've done a deep dive and all of the background and history of it. And I really appreciate your due diligence as well as everyone else's. That I was like, that I really appreciate that. And also you calling out the hard work that everyone is doing. So
I show Britt, followed by Rick, followed by Doug Tabor.
Is there any way we can get your list of questions back? I mean, I know it's nice to see us all, but I did go through that list. It helped me to organize my thoughts. I made it pretty clear I want to follow through with the paid parking and by June, but that doesn't mean that I haven't been taking in what the community has said and what we've learned. And so frankly, I think there's some adjustment from where we were, last year when we originally approved this. And the more I observe behavior and, the season we're in now, the more, to me, a dynamic pricing model makes more sense. Peak demand should be the peak rate, and then it goes down. Even if that's $1 an hour at the lowest rate, I don't, it's something. I know that makes it harder to estimate revenues, but I just think that the flat rate, as much as I know Walker recommended that for simplicity's sake, I don't think we can be super simple and on every point and still right size for Poulsbo. So
could I ask a question?
Yeah.
Though?
Yeah.
So, and we've internally thought we have already 3 paid areas, predominantly the port and then Sea Discovery. They're both at $3.
Yeah.
And so if going forward with paid, do you want to quote unquote undercut those parking areas, or do you want to be comparable? I throw that out because that would be part of your policy conversation.
My goal is not for this to be some cash cow that we're, that's not like everyone keeps saying, how are we measuring success? What are the metrics? That's challenging to answer because we're not able to say, look at all these new people that came because they wanted to and they could. But I do believe that capacity, in a variety of ways that we get capacity, more actual spaces, shuttles. Well, we can measure, sure, there's ways to measure, but
Placer AI shows how many visitors we get, and you can go down to the day of the week. We have a great tool to do just what you just said, and I think that should be our metric: is how many visitors do we have today and afterwards.
What I'm really describing is the people who've been lost to coming to Pulse, but we don't have a way to measure those. We do have a way to measure the people coming, which is absolutely, yes, of course, that's valid. I'm saying the people who are saying, I don't come there anymore because I can never find a place to park. That's hard to quantify. But what my goal is, what success would look like for me is that anybody can come to Poulsbo when they want to come to Poulsbo and find a place to park or, get here. Maybe it's not by car. Like I would love for it to be yes and these other things. Maybe they get here by scooter or by bike or by a free bus. Like that would all be great. But right now, our county really runs on cars. And that's unfortunately just the truth
So
for, I think, most
I have
people.
Rick, then Doug
I'm
Tabor
not-
and
I-
Michael.
I'm sorry, I was not finished. Because I'm afraid that this isn't gonna, I'm not gonna be able to finish my thoughts if I don't just get through it. Your areas, you asked us about areas. The more I looked at the map and the more I've driven around, it feels to me like there's some inconsistency in continuing the paid portion of Jensen all the way up to Iverson, when really we're stopping on Front Street at the King Olaf lot. I think that it should really stop at the King Olaf lot on Jensen. And I would be willing to consider Mo simply because it's kind of in that similar nearby radius. That's my proposal for the geographic borders. A grace day, I'm interested in maybe a day if we find that, I mean, possibly 2 days, but like a Tuesday makes sense. And when I've talked to people, a Tuesday, I think that's a day that businesses would find beneficial to draw people down here.
Do we know what day the senior center has like the most of their events and such? That's what I was thinking.
I don't know that. I even thought maybe, and I don't want to make things more confusing with the times of enforcement that we have on the signage, but I thought maybe if paid started at 11 a.m. and then it's sort of, that's a built-in, I mean, it's not a grace period for whenever you arrive, but it is another hour in the morning, because I do think that the ramping up of demand begins at about 11. That's also when a lot of businesses open, but I think that's, on the employee parking and paying for the passes. I also agree that I really don't feel we should be charging employees. However, when I started mulling over how there's accountability for the employers to take people out of the system in a timely manner when they're no longer employees, the only way I can really get my head around how to motivate that is to have some financial component to it. And I don't know that it has to be on the city to say, hey, businesses, we're going to charge your employees. We're going to charge the business. And if that business chooses to pass it along to their employee, then I mean, that's on them. And it may make it harder for them to get employees. But I'm not also talking about a lot of money. Like I'm talking about something really nominal from like 10 to 20 bucks a month per employee, but maybe just enough to where that adds up if you don't take them out of the system, on a monthly basis. So I don't want to see employees themselves paying it. It just, there has to be some means of enforcement of that. Okay.
Rick.
Yeah, so I asked the question that I was going to bring up. I think I would think I would be okay with a grace day more so than a grace hour. Because I think it's easier for the community to understand, like that's the day versus worrying about hours. Because the other thing, Gary mentioned kind of the 2 hours and then repark. The other thing is they forget that their grace time has expired and now they get a ticket because they didn't pay. And that's going to make people unhappy. It's kind of your example of, would you rather get a ticket or pay your 2 hours, 3 hours? And so if we give a grace and somebody goes over it, now they get a ticket. So I'd rather do a day. And I think to address some of the senior concerns for those that maybe have mobility issues but don't qualify for a placard, if we can work with the senior center and try to time that day, Tuesday or Wednesday is probably the day, but the day that they have their most active day, and time it with that. That way we address some of the senior concerns, but also the local day concerns. Try to match that up.
Senior centers, busy Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays are their primary.
Okay, so
program
Tuesday,
days.
it seems like Tuesday might be the best. If we go with the day, it sounds like Tuesday's the day. I was kind of thinking, I don't want to set us up in competition with the port and the Sea Discovery Center by undercutting. If we do dynamic pricing, what I would say, and this might make it it's easy on the math standpoint is if we go to $3 in the summer and $1 in the winter, and then it's still $2 as an average for the year, which is where the study gave us our figures. But rather than we try to do it within a day or within a month, within a week, we do it because, as Doug said, no matter what we charge in the summer, it's going to detour it. That's a different section. So if we charge the higher amount, on par with the Sea Discovery Center, on par with the port in that season, and then we acknowledge we'll charge less in the shoulder season. That's kind of how I would go there. I don't think we should charge employees necessarily, but honestly, we're only charging to park in Anderson and on Front Street. Employees aren't supposed to park there anyway. So we're not really charging employees unless they park where the customers are supposed to park. So if the employees park in the employee parking, they're not paying. So
Well, I think it was a question of, are they paying for like an administrative fee?
I think if we leave the police areas where they are now, and, if you choose to park on Front Street, no matter who you are, you're going to pay. You are paying for the benefit of parking right there.
I think I need to kind of play devil's advocate on that one, because if you allow the employees to slide back and pay, some of them may, but once you lose that part of the system, it has crumbled and you have gained nothing. You lose some of your gains.
Well, but how are we going to prevent them from doing that otherwise, unless we fine them?
You can't, but what we do now, because that was one of the questions that came up early on. So I'm registered, I'm in my employee spots, but I want to come downtown on the weekend and when I'm not on shift or whatever. So how do you do that? So right now they're treated, if they're in their spot or in their zone, then they can extend or be there all day, right? But if they're in anything that's not employee, then they're held to that time limit.
Well, right. And I'm saying, so if an employee during their workday or for dinner that night chooses to park on Front Street, they're choosing the first class seating, they would pay for it because they would pay the normal, what everybody else pays. If they come to work and they park on Third or further up, they're not going to get charged. So we're not charging them to come to work necessarily. If they choose to park where they would get charged, that's where we've already asked them not to park. That's kind of, I guess, what I'm saying. So sure, they could choose, hey, I got to carry something to work. I don't care. I'm going to pay. But as a rule, I don't know that I would say we charge employees to park. But if these are the things we need to work through.
It gets back to, I think, the simplicity and the clarity of the structure of the program.
Yeah. And then the one thing we've talked about wanting to try to get away from the cars and not necessarily go to a parking garage. I agree that is something we should look at. I think once we've instituted paid parking and we have the revenue stream, it's something we can investigate. I would really like to talk to Kitsap Transit and see, because we have the routed bus that goes through the city now. I have never seen that bus very full. And I don't know if they would be open to changing that bus route, making it a smaller bus and adding a second smaller bus. It's more dedicated. If we were to provide some funds to support buying a smaller bus and they hired the employee, could we do a Viking to downtown and bring more business to some of our other commercial centers? Like, I think that's something we should absolutely investigate, but we have to have funds to do it.
Duly noted.
Yeah, and that's one other comment I'll make. I made this when I was just a member of the audience. Our walking and biking map, we did try to, on those complete streets, we did try to find good bike routes and all, but just I commented as a citizen, north-south, it's easy and great. East-west, not so much. And I think at the time I pointed out, I used to walk down the Viking Fest every year. I used to drive down, park my car so my son could put his instrument in after the parade, and then I'd walk home, and then we'd walk down later and drive back. And every year since I lived here, the hill got steeper because I got older. And, the east-west routes are a lot harder for us to figure out. The north-south is easy. So we tried to find a good bike path east-west. our hills don't allow it. So these are goals we need to keep working at, but again, we need money to do it. So
I appreciate Doug Tabor's patience. Doug?
First, I regret not saying this earlier. I thought of it on the dais. Access Kits app for seniors. I hope that they all are aware of it and utilize it. It's a great service. Next, I would like to ask city staff, assuming everything is kind of what, not super complex, is June 1st an achievable implementation plan for the city staff to achieve?
I know this is a surprise. I've never implemented paid parking.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Yeah, you did work at some point in Key West where they
Yes.
have paid
Yeah.
parking? You just, okay.
I've worked in places that had paid parking.
Okay.
That's correct.
Have you ever paid for parking?
Yeah. I understand loosely
Okay.
from park payment providers that the heavy lifts they can accomplish rather quickly.
Okay.
If we move forward with a mobile payment, but they also tend to offer a by phone payment as well. We don't have to install any equipment now, so we could potentially move forward that
Okay.
quickly. Laz does have the capabilities as well, and we would be deciding if we wanted to proceed with Laz or seek out another pay option, and so that would potentially lend to more time if we choose another provider.
Sorry, you still going?
Doug,
Oh,
you
yeah.
still have the floor.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay, sorry.
I have several points.
Okay.
No, well, I asked because,
Can I just make one quick point while she's on this?
Please do.
I highly recommend that we consider looking into the Park mobile software app, since it is already being used by the Port of Poulsbo, by Sea Discovery Center, and the SALT co-working site. And other people use it elsewhere. So Park mobile, I think, is something we need to investigate. Thank you.
No, great point.
Doug, please
Yeah, the reason
continue.
I bring it up is because if we're pushing for a June 1st, it might not be achievable. And so I think it's obviously the capacity of city staff, of our conversations and complexities of different levels. So just wanted to throw that out there. So I'm not stuck on a date. I just do whatever date would make the most sense for the city. Next, outcomes and metrics were mentioned by two council members. I think the outcome is enforcing parking and then covering the cost of enforcing parking and paying for parking downtown and maintaining parking downtown. So that's my, and turnover is fine, and eventually it's not going to be fine. That's a sub benefit for me. But really, it's covering the cost of enforcing and covering the cost of our luxury premium parking downtown. That's an inelastic good. So if we raise a price on an inelastic good that's premium that people will use in the summer regardless, and instead of treating it like all the other parking in the area, it makes sense to me. And then I really, really don't want to do anything that's like implementing upfront that's complex, because we can change it later on. I think we start more simple and then think about how it works with a simple model that we can then alter in the future, as opposed to starting with something more complex. Since I initially asked for 3 days of no free parking and you went with 1, how about we do 2? Let's just meet in the middle. And that's it.
I have Michael, then Doug Newell, and then Gary again.
It's good now.
Oh, Michael.
You can't be good now. You're Gary.
But he agrees for 2 days.
So I'd like to make one quick response to Rick, and then there's 2 big concerns I have that I'd like at least all the council members to be thinking about. So Rick, you mentioned the downtown bus. I'm a user of the 344. I love that bus. I have talked to employees. I have talked to business proprietors. I've talked to customers, and I have asked them, why don't they use that bus more? And every time they say, I would like to, they don't run frequently enough. The incentive we need is a 15-minute bus schedule. You will see people on that bus if it's convenient. They're not on there because it's inconvenient. So just wanted to. So my 2 big things is, the first is, I appreciate Britton and Doug Tabor speaking a little bit to the goal question. I am still not clear on on everyone's motivations of what we're trying to do. What I'm hearing tonight is that we are trying to cover the cost of parking lots and to invest in the future. That is our primary goal, in which case a paid parking model is a really good model. But in the past, I have heard us say that the point is to incentivize people to not stay longer than they should. And we've also talked about moving employees, owners, and boaters out of premium locations. And the paid parking model will not do that. In fact, it'll make it so that anybody can park wherever as long as they want, as long as they can afford to pay. So if our goal is to move employees, boaters, and owners out of Anderson Parkway, we're not going to do that if they can just pay to stay there. So I want to be clear that these are different types of goals, and paid parking is better suited to some goals and not others. If we're going to just cover cost of the parking lot and the future, let's just say that and not worry about turnover and moving whomever out of the parking
I
lot.
can summarize easily. My goal is to increase capacity.
And then I love it. The third point, this is the big one that I'm really worried about because I have not seen this in any past council meeting discussion. And that is we need an economic model to measure the relationship between this policy change and the impact on downtown business. And here's what I'm worried about. I am worried about this fall, somebody coming to public comment and saying, my business was flourishing last year and the year before that, and now it's going sour and it's your fault. And that is correlation. It is not causation. And if we want to have productive, constructive conversations with our downtown businesses, we need a way to distinguish between correlation and causation, because we could just as easily sit on the dais and say, well, tariffs or, wildfires or whatever. We can point to lots of causes and say, it's not us, it's not our policy, and we're not accountable. And what I want to see is how are we going to hold ourselves accountable if our policy changes have adverse effects on downtown businesses? I'm all for doing it, but I want to know that we're going to be able to look them in the eye and say, yes, our policy change impacted you, or it didn't impact you. I appreciate that you see a correlation there, but there's no causation.
3-second remark on that. Thousands of cities have implemented paid parking in downtowns and have examples of how it impacts businesses, and it's usually positively, not negatively.
And I hope that's the case. But what I'm saying is, to protect what we're doing, we need a way to have that dialogue so that when somebody makes that argument, we are prepared to say, here's the link between, here's how to measure the impact of our policy on the downtown.
Doug Newell.
So, for those of us that are here getting paid to do this, who may be thinking, I need something else to do in life. At 7:30 p.m., I got an email from Indeed. I don't know why I get a job search email, because I haven't been searching for a job very much. The number one job on my Indeed email was to go work for Pam. She pays $20 an hour. She's looking for a library aide. If I go down to the fourth one, library assistant, that's you, right? Poulsbo? Yep. Okay. So if I go down here a little bit farther and I get to parking ambassador, somebody named Laz, they pay $24 an hour. Just in case you're got this during, yes. The timing was just like, oh my gosh.
We're going to circle back with.
No, I had.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That was a little levity. Just in the clarification about grace versus something. I think probably the easier way to do it would be the first 2 hours free. You got to pull a ticket in your mobile phone and you don't get charged, just so that we have clarity that you've registered in the system. My sense is that while Laz is checking now 2 data points to get to a parking enforcement, when we go to paid parking, it's going to be 1. Do you have a valid session or not? If you don't have a valid session, you get ticketed. So that's in the weeds. That's a management issue. But I just want to be clear. I don't think, because I agree with others, saying you have a grace period, you don't have to log into the app. could cause challenges and consistency problems. The other thing, and I trust you guys to work the employee parking, but there's a lot of back and forth about it. I think that's a good example of how do we make it easier to achieve success in that area. You know, as I'm running through that, does the employee get the parking pass or does the employer? And the employer gets it, gives it to the employee. And then they control it. And so that's one of these ones, though, that as we work through this, that's a positive thing for us. I hate to say struggling, Heather, because I know you're the one that's getting the headaches. But I think that's a positive thing, is to describe is that we care. We're trying to figure this out. Is there a better way? That's an example. Britt, thank you for bringing that up.
Gary.
Thank you. Michael, to try to help answer your question further, the point of adding to parking capacity and improving transportation in and out of downtown is so our downtown can continue to grow and thrive economically. There are ways we can measure that. We get revenue from downtown businesses because we have sales tax data. So Deb can talk more about that if she wants to. And I remember a year ago when we passed this parking program, I turned to Deb and I said something to the fact that, you know, we need to make sure that we set a benchmark of what business revenue was downtown, what sales tax revenue was downtown before this program started, so we can compare it to a year from now, 2 years from now. So there are very clear ways that we can measure this, and I encourage us to use them. Thank you.
Rick. And yeah, and Michael, you're right. And there are going to be a lot of factors, and the reality is, folks, someone can come and say that to us, and no matter what our answer is, they can say, I don't believe you. So it's going to be hard. I mean, it could easily be their electricity costs were too high and they couldn't keep their business open anymore. You know, that's a huge change from when we started this, and it's only getting higher. One of the other things that you kind of mentioned and we did talk about was, yes, getting folks from parking overnight downtown and out of that. And I don't know that I was going to ask that wasn't on your list. I don't know that has that come up a lot in the conversations about the overnight aspect, and has it gotten better? Is there concern about? So I haven't done an early morning pass through downtown in a while. I'll try to do one soon, but I always saw a lot of cars at 6 o'clock in the morning in Anderson before anything was open other than Sly's. And those folks weren't parked in Anderson. They were parked in front of Sly's. So there was always folks parked in there that were on boats, in apartments, that left their car overnight because they were in a bar and left their car. You know, there's a lot of reasons people were leaving their cars overnight that we needed to address as well. So it is a factor. It's not the main factor, but it is a factor. There is one question on your list that we have not addressed at all, and we are almost at 9 o'clock. But we did make this a contingent on paid parking, streetery cost evaluation. So do we need an answer? Do you need an answer for that tonight?
Thank you. I do not need an answer tonight. This is more a notification that when you pass the streetery extension, was with the caveat that we would revisit this once we implemented paid parking. So that will come to you at a future agenda.
Okay.
Correct.
So yeah, because that was the language of it, and if we needed to do that, we needed to do that. Rob Gilder.
So I appreciate the conversation tonight. I think hopefully everyone has had the opportunity to express themselves. I think we've been taking copious notes. So my suggestion would be if we can take this feedback and then we will kind of structure a proposal and bring that back to council for a final blessing prior to implementation. And that will include sort of all the different parameters about hours, grace, so on and so forth. We can try to package that up in a succinct way such that ultimately it's simple, easy to communicate, and easily understood by the customers that are coming to town. That's ultimately what we want. And before you go, we do need, regardless of this, we do need to get a sense from council relative to the reparking question.
Can I ask a question about that? If we do change, if we don't just do the
kind of moratorium and we wanted to change the code, change the language, is I know some of the code changes have a delay. Would there be a delay on this one?
So what this proposal is, by passing the resolution, we would basically stay the implementation of this code in the downtown area. It doesn't have to be citywide. It can just be downtown because that's where the issues are and the confusion is. So, and then the proposal is that we do this for 12 months. That gives us time to more thoroughly work through the code and bring it through the legislative process.
Okay, right. If we wanted to go through this and redline some things and say, this is what we want to change it to, is there the 1-year implementation after we pass it for this kind of a change, or it would be immediate?
Yeah, no, it would be immediate.
Okay.
So we're thinking we do ultimately want a revised reparking code, but we want to buy some time until we can get there.
Correct.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am in favor of that.
So with downtown and a 12-month, those are really the question points. And if that's okay, to bring it back on consent next week.
That's okay with me.
Sure.
May I ask a clarifying question around bringing a motion for the paid parking? Is how soon do you think you may be able to bring that back to us?
The second week in April is when I can commit to it. No, the first week in April.
I appreciate it. By the beginning of April.
Because we need to pass it so that you can start doing the things.
Correct.
But that would be, just to be clear, this is initial, meaning you're going to present something of how to start, but we can always make changes afterwards. Yeah.
It gets back to our favorite phrase ever since we started on this journey is adaptive management. So we will take what we've heard, craft a program, get your thumbs up to move forward. We'll implement it, and we will continue to monitor, change, and adapt as we need to go. But ultimately, for our customers who are coming to town, they need clarity, period, and they need choice.
So Rob, on the resolution, so then on section 2 suspension, you're going to make it for a period of 12 months in the downtown C1,
Correct.
Or you'll add a geographic aspect?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on parking before we move on the agenda? I'm not seeing any. We're going to move on to questions and concerns of the council not regarding parking.
Yes, I do have one because I've got department heads from a number of departments. No, don't leave yet, chief. Stay here. Sorry, I was approached by someone at the HGPA board meeting last night who is a business owner down here. And they face Anderson Parkway, and they have concerns, and I didn't realize I interacted with this situation myself a few days ago, but this has been going on apparently for months. Someone is dumping a whole lot of bird seed to attract pigeons, and the
I've
pigeons
seen
are
it.
in the
They come in a
parking lot.
minivan.
They are blocking traffic. I was afraid I was going to kill pigeons. Apparently, there are dead pigeons. No, they don't, though. That's the problem. They're killing birds and they're slowing down traffic. And frankly, it sounds like a nuisance at the minimum, but also just unacceptable behavior toward wildlife. And so I don't know any more about it, but I thought Public Works is out in that parking lot a lot, and you guys, and I just feel like everybody.
What's the
should know.
location?
So the business owner who brought it to me is Rust and Relic, and she faces right where I drove and interacted with the pigeon horde. And there was something in you could see that there was something in the.
Yeah, there's some guy that goes through and throws seed out to pigeons every morning.
That's fine,
And we
but
have a
not in the
huge-
middle of the parking lot.
Well, that's where he's throwing it, yeah.
Point of clarification, those gray pigeons are invasive and you should just hit the gas, Britt.
No, I don't do that. I'm sorry.
I know it's
I will
getting
not.
late in the evening now. Britt's concern is noted. I have a comment from Rick.
Endorsed by the city of Poulsbo.
Yeah. So for future, we had the comment earlier at the beginning of the very beginning of the meeting about this is the 250th anniversary. I mentioned to Britt in the break, we can put our heads together. What I would suggest, we have the US flag based banners we've already purchased. Come up with a plan, presuming we're going to put Pride banners up in June, to transition from then directly into the US banners for the 4th of July. So kind of bring that maybe as a joint proposal this time and recognize the birthday. And instead of the Public Works having to put up one banner, take down, put the Nordic up, take down, put up the other ones. And so we'll come up with a way to ask for that all as one item and help address some of the recognize the birthday ask.
I'll look at Rob, make sure you have a note on that remark, Rob. Very quickly, Rick, can you restate?
Just we'll get together on a banner ask for the agenda for the summer to encompass June and July.
Any other?
Right, and transitioning from Pride banners directly into US flag.
I move to adjourn.
We have public comment, and we need at least to recognize, I don't think there's any public.
Paul, are you okay?
Any number of veterans. Are there any veteran?
You okay?
comments?
Okay.
Not seeing any. Now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I move to adjourn.
All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? We stand adjourned.
Yeah, geez, good enough, man. I mean, I was keeping on going there.
I did.